Welcome back to Angry Coach Marathon. It's a whole new year, new possibilities, new dreams, new memes, same balance patch, same maps, and the same shitty mistakes from shitty StarCraft 2 players. And I am going to give a compliment to you, the people, for sticking with me through all this time. And also, every single person today has actually played StarCraft. Well, some of them are sending in things from, like, last year. They're like, this game was pretty sick from fucking 10 months ago. Could you remember what you ate 10 months ago? Okay, no guessing. What meal did you have on that day? What songs did you listen to? What streamers did you subscribe to? Why do you think you could trust your memory of that game? I've seen your build orders, but I digress. We still have dozens of StarCraft 2 players ready to send in and waste their money out of game so I can tell them the same goddamn thing, which is to spend it in the game. Welcome to Angry Coach Marathon. Smash that like button before you fall asleep. I hope you drop your phone on your face trying to pay attention to the production tab and failing anyways, but that's okay. We're back again. Thank you for tuning in. Good luck, have fun, and let's get started. We're kicking things off with Slimy. Coming in, again, he's played a fuck ton of games. I'll give him that. Okay, why are there two probes? Why are there two probes? He's actually, Masters or High Diamond? High Diamond, Low Masters, you know. Nobody in Low Masters says High Diamond, Low Masters. I'll tell you that. I digress yet again, but, why are there two probes? Well, it's better than one probe. Negative XP. Oh, you changed your name from. I like level 1 Slimy. I did. It was a good one. Negative XP is also pretty good. Not as good as level 1 Slime. I will say. I changed my name. Yes, I see that. Okay, 1 to scout, 1 for moral support. For a hatch block. K1 Reality gifting 60 subs to the people, bringing us pretty much to our goal, which is the most generosity you should expect. And this is what you miss out on, YouTube. You miss out on me selling out and you getting access to dozens of mediocre emotes. Can I get a winter sup in the chat? Are you telling me that the probe, who... the big thing, the big bonus of the probe here is that you can build and then it just builds itself. Like that's how probes do. You're telling me you've worked out that in order to hatch block, you need to send out 2 probes. Okay. I mean, that's it. Honestly, just watch any Zest games and see what he does. Okay, obviously you're one of those people. We are at the level you can pretend to play a strategy game, which is the level where you can acknowledge your opponent is also a player in the game, and you should maybe worry about it somewhat. But we're not at the level where that's as big of a concern as making sure your build doesn't suck. No one here, including me, is likely at that level. Unless Cyril or Maru are watching, in which case, thank you for watching. I'll coach you for free. Alright. So, scouted the gas, technically here. There are a few responses to this. It is a pull first. No, it's a pull first. We scouted the gas. He has no gas. There are 2 options. He can build drone buildings or Zerglings without speed. That's it. That's it. That's the whole deal. Like, it's either slow Zerglings or, like, a hatchery. Or a natchery, as we call them. Because I said it. Trying to prepare the high ground for this is not really acknowledging...
They're attacking your base. Give them some trouble.
Oh yeah, why does it say there's a queue? The queue is like 6 or 7 replays. It's gonna be a while. Settle in. That's where we are. Why is it aligned to the right? Okay. So, not sure... Don't let the Zerglings in. This is a terrible wall. Like, what are you doing? You need the single space wall here. This is not... You're at the level where he's just going to attack the Zealot and kill it. Jimmy, do we have anything for this? Yes, we're going to pull out the binder early so we don't forget. Of course. Now, very... I know. And in fact, this is the map. Because it's technically a smaller wall, you need to do some even more complicated fucking geometry. But if you build the second gate a little forward, you can build the cyber core back. You should have the space between the pylon and the cyber core. And then you'll have a one-space wall. Not like this. Not like this. This wall is too wide. Okay, you don't want the Zealot to have that much arm space. That means Zerglings can slip through. So, this wall is vulnerable to Zerglings. Though, he really should have attacked your Zealot there. There was the surface area. But once again, this is a complete... The most he can have is slow Zerglings. Tell me right now, honestly, did you realize that the most he could have is slow Zerglings? Because the probe got in and saw both gases, of which neither was taken. The only option is slow Zerglings. There's no roaches coming, there's no speed, there's no banelings. Nobody does banelings. There is no need for a shield battery. 2 Zealots is already arguably overkill. The Stalker is a mediocre choice. Adepts are obviously better. The drone made me think proxy hatch. If he was gonna proxy hatch, he would have already done it. That drone, I don't even know why he sent the drone. He might not know why he sent the drone. The shield battery is okay. Like, it's not the end of the world to have a shield battery at the front. I can't... Oh. You can't have everything. Well, maybe you can. Like, none of this is a huge overreaction, but the build is a little off. The wall, you should have tried to go through the Zealot. But overall...
Confirmed.
shyguy_SC just donated $15.
And refused to elaborate further.
Research complete, but have we learned anything?
So now he knows exactly what's... Is there an overlord? I think you killed it earlier. Or drove it away. Either way.
Upgrade complete. But at what cost?
You only have 4 gates. This is when you gotta look away. If he already has roaches, these adepts are not gonna do critical damage. You know that, and the Zerg probably knows that until he looks away and 2 adepts get in. But right now, you already have a probe at the 3rd. The quicker the Nexus starts, the quicker you can actually get shield battery overcharge, the quicker that... Well, the harder it is for roaches to kill. Getting the Nexus started early, and a lot of new players can learn from this as well, or Metal Leaguers, it is not safer to wait. It is safer to get the Nexus as soon as possible, so that way it either has more HP or is finished by the time you get attacked. Because the Nexus replaced the Mothership Core as the crutch that half of Protoss defense stands on. Now you have, like, however many crutches you decide to build if you're actually spending your goddamn money. But the Nexus is very important, and if you're not going for a Nexus, you need to add more gates now. Because you can only spend about 400 minerals on adepts every 30 or so seconds. And right now, you're mining 1,700 minerals per minute. You can spend less than half of that, so spend your goddamn money.
The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you.
Oh, yes, look at your roaches. Like, no amount. What, are you going to dodge all the roach shots here? What is the best case scenario? You're not even sending a shade. Like, you're not going to win the fight.
Chilling for 3 months.
The entire point of adepts is to fight wherever they're not. Yeah, the Nexus is almost a minute late. The Disruptor is fine. Like, the Disruptor is your ideal choice against these roaches. But I fear this game will end, or at least you're going to get further behind because you'll be too busy microing and just forgetting about your macro. When was the last time we built a probe? And it's not... Oh, there you go. Finally, you remember. Once you're done... don't... Just... It's time to stop. No more fucking microing adepts in and out of a prism against roaches. You gotta at least throw the shade out. You know what the point of adepts are. It is not to intimidate them with your sick micro. It's to make them panic that adepts are going to slaughter their mineral line in 3 seconds. So if you're not sending the shades out, you're kind of wasting the entire point of the Glaive Adepts. Oh, if this Nexus was... What's the point of... I'm pretty convinced if you had just shaded back to your third, your Adepts would be there faster than this shitty panic recall. If you had gotten your third on time, you could have recalled to this Nexus. But not only were you busy microing these Adepts for no productive reason, you delayed your Nexus, and now you've wasted your recall, accomplishing essentially nothing. The only benefit of this is he's not going to see your mistake here. So the embarrassment will be, for now, limited to you. And I would say when he checks the replay, but we all know every time somebody in Twitch chat or in general says, oh, when he checks the replay, that's going to be so crazy. Don't fucking lie to me. I bet a solid 69% of people who played StarCraft 2 don't even have the check a replay achievement unless they accidentally misclick the rewind key at the end of the game, because it's a modern RTS and it allows you to look at the map after the game, which is just some advanced technology that has been lost to the sands of time, unless we could maybe ask Clippy how to re-find it. And I don't know any other games that could benefit from that. But maybe if we wait a few dozen more patches, we can find out, AoE4. So, now, here we are. Nobody checks the fucking replay. Only you are going to be the one who is embarrassed by this recall. But now we can all recall how incompetent your Glaive Adept plays were. And since that is the only play you're making, and you say, oh, Glaive Adepts, that's my play, I don't think Shakespeare is going to have any fucking competition anytime soon. Because Shakespeare at least made decent plays, and right now you're struggling to put together the simplest one. And the sad part is, Shakespeare is dead. And at this point, the way you're going, and the way you're macroing, and how few units you have, so will you be. I was going to end on so will you, because that sounded a little more dramatic, but that is a bit of a... It was a lot to tie together there. So, with all that said, spend your money.
A mineral field has been depleted.
Oh, a follower.
Thank you, Vivictus.
Vovictus_games is chilling for 66 months. 3 more months till hashtag next sub-month. Love the content, homie.
Okay. You couldn't afford an observer? Like, you needed to build an observer. You had, like, a solid whatever amount of time. All right, pop quiz. How long does it take to build a RoboBay? Anyone? I don't know. I'm gonna say 43 seconds. That sounds low. 46. I was pretty close. Jimmy! 46 seconds. Ah, that was pretty close. How long does it take to build an observer? I think that's like 17 seconds. Because remember, when we converted from StarCraft time to real time, all the nice clean timers got screwed up. Anyways, observer's 21. 21. So, there you go. So, what that means is you had the time to build not one, but 2 observers out of your robotics facility, so that way you had at least the hope and the dream of not blundering your entire army into exactly what you already knew he had. But instead, you have 2 less disruptors, and remember how long we were waiting. That was the entire plan. The plan was yada 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 disruptors, and now they're fucking dead.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh yeah, charge isn't done, by the way, in
Your
case that was
warriors are under
relevant.
attack.
Also, I would argue going charge with disruptors has a very good chance of your disruptors going full Dick Cheney and shooting your zealots
Research
in the
is done.
face.
Your forces are just a
In
little bit
fact,
better.
I think it's more likely you'll kill your own zealots at this rate than you will actually kill his units. And also, well, you know what an observer would allow you to do?
Don't mind out of
It would
that
allow you to
mineral field.
scout that his lair was this late. His lair just finished a minute ago. Like, he was building a lair when you were doing, like, after all the adept shenanigans. That means no mutas. That means his best chance is to attack you, or you're not in trouble and you don't need to commit your army or your key units. But you just kind of like, fuck it. I can't sit still for 14 seconds, so...
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back.
Oh my god. Oh my god, stop it. Oh, jeez.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
Yep, it works. It works. Those are the buttons. Correct. Okay, so where is the Zerg army? Is the Zerg army about to run over your third base? No. The Zerg army is over fucking here. It's been a full minute since we saw where that... You already know he has at least 60, 70 supply of road revenue. But, yet, we're just flying off into the sunset with the 3 key units to defend against 70 supply of road revenue. You started this game with 2 probes, trying to convince me that was the efficient way to do a hatch block. Which, 1, means you were worrying about what your opponent was doing and trying to control their response. Yet here, you have disregarded everything your opponent is doing in order to do some sick disruptor drop micro, bro. Look at how... Except you've already lost. At this point, just build the Immortals. Like, you don't deserve warp prisms. What? Why would you do that?
Your base
Oh
is
my
under
god.
attack.
So he's going with the classic strategy of if your opponent's doing something weird, just punch him in the fucking face.
You have engaged the enemy.
Tried and true.
Upgrade completed. Research finished.
You know, this actually worked, though, because everyone in this game is a goddamn potato. The select all army hotkey for both sides. Yeah, if he had decided to actually learn how to use control groups, which is obviously a struggle, he probably would have killed you right there. And you, on the other hand... Well, let's see. Was that a select all army hotkey there? Or was it actually a measured response?
Your base is crumbling under enemy attack. Army under attack.
Measured response. I'm slightly impressed.
They're not immortals. Well, an upgrade's been completed.
That was actually using control groups, despite a somewhat hectic situation. So you get 1 point
Army
back.
under attack.
Actually, it doesn't work like that. You get points down and points up, but it doesn't, like, they don't cancel out.
Select all and
Oh, fuck off. Fuck out of it. Complete airball. And then another point down. Have you hit anything? Literally, this whole game has a single disruptor hit anything. Like, so 2 of them died. You fired a shot that hit nothing. This disruptor has 0 kills. You hit the queen, which doesn't kill it because she's too thick. The only unit in the army that doesn't die to a disruptor hit. So you've now spent 750 gas on a unit that has killed the emotional stability of a queen. Where is his army? Where is his army? Where is it? Where is it? No. Jimmy! The other side. Okay, wait, we gotta reorientate. This is actually where the minimap is in AoE 4, because you can't switch which side the minimap is on. And add it to the fucking list of things that make me want to rip my hair out and stuff it down the throats of... Anyways. So where the fuck is his army? Where is it? Where is the army? Explain. You're like, I don't see it. Exactly. I wonder if that could end up coming back to bite you as you go all the way away from your bases. Oh, surprise. I mean, he's doing something similar, but he has creep.
Your research base is under attack. Do you recall? You engage the enemy? On purpose?
There you go. Did that justify the 5 disruptors that came before it? Maybe. The thing is, your army is still good.
Your warriors are under attack. Check the replay. Find that play button.
Check the replay, you stupid bitch. Why are you leaving the game? You killed, like, 20 drones. You're winning. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you had warped in at all, you were in the middle of warping in zealots. Like, he killed all your disruptors. Yeah, build 1 more. You're up 30 workers. Oh my god, it's extra stupid because you're actually winning the game. Like, once again, Protoss finding their way, navigating the narrow path to defeat. In fact, there wasn't even really a path here, because what is he gonna do? He's gonna counterattack into what? Shield batteries. You actually have killed most of his economy. You have a better unit composition. At least you can build a better unit composition. He has 23 roaches and 6 ravagers. Like, A couple dozen charge lots kill that, let alone with shield batteries. Oh my god. The sad part of this is he'd probably be ranked higher if he actually just played the game out.
The being that does stuff is
Like,
chilling for 27 months.
This is why
Happy 27
Protoss...
months.
This is why, by the way, of course, shame on you. But also alright.
Shame. Shame.
This is why Protoss is an emoji, because numbers mean nothing. I feel like I've lost this game, therefore, well, I guess it's over. Literally, that was the feeling of losing was more important than an objective assessment of where the game actually was. Like, oh my god, fucking Protoss players. Right. Well, so, besides a questionable opener, over-microing everything, and a terrible ability to assess whether or not you're actually losing the game, for high diamond, low masters, it was a B. Because all the pieces were there, you just need to put them together and pay any attention. Oh my god, stop trying so hard. You think, and stop defending yourself against Twitch chat. Alright, that's like watching a preschooler fight against a raccoon. One, maybe entertaining, but two, I'm not letting this happen here. Alright, go to Artosis's chat.
Bullshit.
Well, it's only up and downhill from here. Thank you for the replay. Next up, we have Zek. Just got into multiplayer. I played a lot of co-op, and I finally stopped being a wuss. Okay. Zek, who's ranked Masters because of the rank bug, but it appears is approximately gold in MMR, give or take. Because that's not fucking confusing at all. Can I ask what number in queue? Joppsta? Work in 4 hours and need to sleep. What are you, European? It is not soon enough that you shouldn't sleep. And also, your game is from May of last year. It's waited this fucking long. It can wait a little longer. Alright, patience is a virtue. Scottish, but yes, thank you for the distinction. In so many ways. Where were we? With Zek. Let's see, Zek. Let's take the other side. We got Zerg versus Protoss. Zek is more like a platinum-ish Zerg. Yeah, 2700 is platinum-ish, right? Nah, I am gold. Okay. Fucking Master's border. Ah, so annoying. Get him off the screen. probably 4 Zerglings when your pool finishes. Otherwise, if he had built an Adept on time, you might have issues. Well, close enough. Bit early on those gases. The idea is good. Otherwise, fine. Build's good.
You're under attack. Lift up.
Is this Overlord a little off? I didn't see it. And that is the danger. How did they get out here? So, this isn't the end of the world, but... well. Yeah. Generally, your Overlord should be a little further out. Because otherwise, the stupidest shit I've ever seen from this donkey toss might work. Honestly, though, if this had been in a less stupid location, you probably wouldn't scout it. And that's a bit of the rough part here. Jesus. Wow. But... yeah. It shouldn't be the end of the world. Especially since you're on top of the Overlord. You're a bit like, honestly, it's hard to say, like, at this level, I don't approve of scouting. I mean, ideally you have Overlords a little further out. But if he just built it here, you wouldn't see it. So, it's not really going to be a tell. I think around 40 drones you can hover over here. Around 40 drones is when you gotta be like, maybe I need units, and maybe try to figure out which units those are. But overall, sometimes this shit will happen. The key is to not panic.
Is now chilling.
No, our base is under attack. How'd this happen? Evolution complete.
Okay, so you gotta build units. You gotta build, when you see that, build units. Doesn't matter too much. Those are not glaved adepts. They're just normie adepts.
Your base is
but you're not building any units. You've panicked. This is what panic looks like. You have 4 larvae, which is not much, but you're not building any queens, any upgrades. He's also not building units because he's fucking platinum. So, whoever remembers that this is not a turn-based strategy game, first... it doesn't matter the situation in the game, but before, especially below Diamond, in the Meta Leaks, and we're deep in those mines, whoever remembers that you can build things and do anything else at the same time is very likely to be in a good spot.
under attack.
So, like, you need to... oh my god, okay. Yeah. Those roaches are just like a solid... 20-30 seconds behind where they needed to be built. Also, you just... no, just units. Just... well, Overlords and units. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, so... yeah, this is... like, you just need to not panic. This is very panicky. The Adepts can shade through units. Which is not ideal. Yeah, the Overlords... there's no solution. There's no easy solution besides literally saying to yourself when you get attacked, don't panic. Like, there's no quick trick here. It is just having enough experience or the ability to tell yourself, don't panic. Because there's no, like, button you can press. There's no panic button that automatically builds things for you when you get attacked. So this is when we build a lair. Another key point is not just assuming, like, he's gonna keep doing the same thing. He may. Oh, did he proxy a robo there? Oh my god. I guess he is doing this. So your queen on hold position is a problem. Yeah, there you go. Honestly, this isn't a bad response to this. Besides the initial panic, which did slow everything down a lot, this is pretty much the best way to do it. Queens, Roach Ravager, ideally some Zerglings in front.
Your mutation is finished.
And then
And I mean that in a good way.
try to
Now
work your way
feel
through it.
depleted. You're under
Wow, even
but you're under attack.
honestly, this is a real solid defense. What you're missing is a lair. If you had a lair, which could easily be done by now, you could go for a Spire, or a Hydra Den, or Roach Speed. That's what's missing here, is the lair.
Mineral patch just went kaput. A minor setback.
So, another tip is every 1,000 minerals you use, or if you have 1,000 minerals, honestly, this is kind of like that last game. Why are you leaving the game? You have 12 larvae. You could build 24 lings or 12 more roaches. And yes, it would be a rough spot. But just because it feels like you lost a fight doesn't mean you lost the war. Especially since half this guy's production is on your side of the map. But most of this comes down to don't panic. It wasn't bad for someone who hasn't played much multiplayer. All the mistakes were pretty much need to play more games. Besides, like, building extra hatcheries, even if they're in your main, getting a lair. Like, this was the right unit composition. It was just too little, too late, and without enough focus. Imagine what kind of panic would have been induced if 8 Zerglings had gone across the map. Imagine the mental breakdown this Protoss player would have. The one who's building most of his infrastructure across the map. Or just imagine having 20 more roaches. That one's a little easier and more attainable. I gotta say, I'm gonna judge it as platinum because that's the MMR it says. That was a B+. Here, Mike. A surprisingly unshameful. That co-op paying off somewhat. Surprisingly unshameful platinum Zerg. Oh, that's boring. Who's next? AbsolutHenne is a gold Terran in a 2v2. Which, yeah, is definitely a thing you can be. I can't tell. I don't know if it's gold in 2v2 or if that's gold in 1v1, but either way. So, I mean, team games. I can't. At least it's not, if it was a 4v4, I'd laugh. I'd laugh it off and say, "Get the fuck out of here." I probably wouldn't say that, but there would be many grains of salt. But 2v2 is pretty intense as well. I think there's some value, especially if you have something I hear called friends, or at least friend, who's not a fucking casual playing co-op.
Our allies are being attacked. Command center upgrade complete.
So 2v2, one key point is you can't you can't rely on the same kind of greed, usually. Unless your teammate is willing to cover you. You can't rely on the same sort of greed that you do in 1v1. Because simply, there's no amount of units you can build as one player that will defend you against two players. With that said, if your teammate is willing to be aggressive, then usually you can get away with it. And also, of course, it depends on what level you're on. But unlike, for example, Age of Empires, 2v2 maps are not twice as large, usually, as 1v1 maps. It used to be way worse, but now we have community maps. If you're lucky, they have, like, 2/3 more bases. Like, if a 1v1 map has 20 total bases, a 2v2 map will have, like, 24 or 26. Sometimes they have, like, 30 now. And 20 is pretty high for a 1v1 map as well. Yeah, it's definitely high. It's more like 16 or 18. So, not only do you have to deal with more units, but usually, comparatively, the total amount of space to work with is smaller. I'm trying to use the same build to not get confused as 1v1, which is fine.
Complete. Our allies are being attacked. Command center upgrade complete.
Especially for Terrans, who can pretty much use the same build that they've been using for a decade in anywhere. You know you don't need an... Okay. I guess the NG Bay is for the inevitable Stargate. You're getting +1. The build is +1 infantry attack, combat shields, along with armory mine drops. Which is... It's something.
Our allies are being attacked.
Is this the 1v1 build? Alright, so the classic here. I know it's gold, but this is the oldest and most relevant thing, and will continue to be in RTS games, and StarCraft 2 specifically, forever. This is the difference. Whoever remembers that this is not a turn-based game will be ahead. No matter, I mean, to a significant extent, it doesn't matter how much the Widowmine drop does, because if, for example, the Widowmine drop kills 10 probes, but you missed building 6 SCVs and he built 6 probes in that time, you might come out slightly ahead, but you lost the Widowmines, your build went a certain direction. Like, at some point, doing damage to your opponent is not as relevant as doing damage to yourself. And right now, with 1,100 minerals, which is nearly, it's about 30, 40 seconds of mining. Actually more like 40 seconds of mining. 1,100 minerals, 300 gas, and 0 units in production. This is unacceptable. Though the mine drop was good, because you sacrificed everything else. If you want to just micro 2 or 3 units, go play a MOBA or Company of Heroes. But you do actually have to pretend to use your production.
Build completed. Upgrade. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
It's a macro turn.
Research complete.
Okay. So what is this drop? What are you doing a drop for? I'm scouting, bro.
Command center.
All right, everybody, deep breaths. Deep breaths. What we're gonna do is we're gonna hold our breath until he spends his money. Like, until he does anything but micro the Medivac. And if it feels like you're struggling out of game, Well, one, you should probably exercise more, hopefully. Or two, maybe you're not playing a real-time strategy game.
Mineral field depleted.
Actually, wait. Wait. And...
Command center upgrade complete.
There you go. Some macro there. You know what? Give him some credit. It's only when the units are on the other side of the map that we feel so tied to them. It's a dangerous... behind enemy lines. Or maybe it was just the mine drop that drew all his attention.
Upgrade.
There you go.
Our allies are being attacked.
Get a Medivac.
Upgrade complete.
Pretty decent focus underneath it. I mean, microing 5 Marines and Medivac, is it your top priority? If you're building Marines and getting all your upgrades and all that, I can't complain that much.
Are being attacked.
Of course, if at some point that stops being true, then, like, for example, if you don't have reactors on your racks and you're queuing up multiple sets of Marines, this is no longer efficient. Like, sure, you're adding to your production, which is better than doing nothing at all, but right now you got 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. You've got 300 minerals in queue. That's 2 more racks of minerals. I don't think this will be the most. I think it's going to go higher. But once again, it is the better of the bad options. All right, where is it? Upgrades, production, economy, units, attack. Right now, we're doing attack and units, which are the 2 lowest priorities for a Terran player. Because everybody in the Metal Leagues up through Masters makes the same mistakes as Terran. They all think they're special, but they're all special in the very same ways. And it's because their priorities are in the wrong fucking order.
Our allies are being attacked. Mineral field. Our forces are under attack.
So, only 1 upgrade in production. Supply blocked at 132 with no depots on the way. No starport units in production. But we're still microing these 5 Marines. Like, it might feel like you're getting a lot done. And then, but you're missing out on a solid 20, 30 extra supply. Yeah, you just queued up. How many units do we have in queue now? Okay. 50, 250, 350, 450, 550. Oh my god. I don't know, 1,000? Fuck. However much a Thor is? 1,050? These are in queue because you can't build them because you're supply blocked because you're microing 5 fucking Marines. Are we following the priorities? No! I'm doing a 2-pronged attack like Mario. No! Upgrades. You've kind of got that. Production is not there. There's only 3 out of 5 wrecks, and of those wrecks, only 1 of them has an add-on. The economy, you're not producing any SCVs, obviously not supply depots. This, okay, just to be clear, production means building the infrastructure buildings. It doesn't mean producing units. That's what producing units is, you pedantic fucking nerds. So, economy is getting those supply depots to be able to produce the units, producing the units because you already have the rest, and then attacking. But instead, like everyone else, it's essentially the summary is call your shot. It's like, when do you attack? I attack it 132. That's the number. or 144, or 109, or something that isn't 200. And don't fucking lie to me, you've all done it, especially Terrans, who get punished the most for being supply blocked. But every player does this, even the pros. Though, by definition, they do it the least. But there's just a number where the attacks have begun, and the supply depots have not. And we have been attacking for 1, 2, 3 minutes, and then we finally realize, oh shit.
Is chilling for 28 months.
Thank you, Lucifer.
I attack at 69.
And that is one of the most important things to avoid doing in StarCraft 2.
Your forces are under attack.
That if you're gonna pick a number, it better be 200. And the thing is, why you get locked into this, a lot of the time is because when you attack, you lose supply, right? Ideally not a lot, but you lose units, you lose Marines. And then it feels like you're actually doing something productive because your units are being replaced up to the number. So you'll never actually have more units, even if you are being, especially if you're being cost effective. And in the long run, it starts to feel like, wait, why don't I have more units? And you don't realize, you start realizing that seconds before you deal with it. You don't realize it's been a full fucking minute since you last had free supply. Fighting, 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 fighting. Like, you're producing units, you got that down. Alright, I'll give you that. The macro besides the mine drop is pretty good. But the number's 132, and that's the number. Oh my god. Okay, let's just... When was the last time you built a supply depot? The last time supply depots finished was at 7:44.
Complete.
When do you think the next time? When do you think your supply goes over 132 available? You see, part of the issue is because you're so inefficient, you built so many supply depots, you no longer have like a cycle. You no longer have it in the back of your head you need to build depots. Because you built like 8 depots, you're like, that should keep me covered for a while, and it did.
Our allies, your forces are under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Mineral field defeated. Our allies are being attacked. Add-on complete.
You dropped a supply. It was over 3 minutes since you built a supply depot. Over 3 minutes. That's over a third of the game. We're done here. The mechanics otherwise were pretty good. That is a completely and utterly unacceptable mistake, but it is a simple one to fix. Okay? Every minute, here you go. Fuck it. Every minute, build 2 depots. Starting at 5 minutes. Every minute, build 2 depots. If you think you need more, start building 3. On the minute. Set a fucking timer. Look at the timer. Something. It's definitely not the best way to do it. But it's better than building 10, calling it a day, coming back 4 minutes later, building everything else at 132 supply. Maru maxes out while fighting actively on multiple fronts before 10 minutes. It's disgusting. Hero Marine isn't far behind. But it's honestly, and this is probably the hardest part of StarCraft 2 to grasp, is most of the reason the pros are pros, why Cure is a GSL champion and a DreamHack finalist, is not because of the Marine micro or the Mine micro, but because He's nailing those supply depots. He's doing all the boring shit that you skip over in the build order guides. He's doing all of that, and he's doing it so well, it's super easy to miss. Until you're forced to watch and constantly, every 10 seconds, see your own replay pause. So overall, for a gold player, I have to give it a B, because your build wasn't terrible. Your priorities were mostly okay, besides the obvious mistakes, and you know what you want to do. It's just like most Meta Leaguers. Once you found the number, that's the number. The magic number 132 it was that game. Next game it'll be 109, or whenever you start actually using Medivacs, but that'll be the number. And that is the main problem. It's an alright, but I'm going to give that a 132 out of 132% on Terran for now. That's where we stand. Notice how with Protoss, it was, don't leave the game when you're winning. With Zerg, it was, don't panic. With Terran, it's, don't get stuck on this number over and over. That's how Terran do. I don't know how much else there was in that game. It's a 26-minute game. But if you improve that, if you actually care about improving, well, we're going to find out here if you do. Because now, this is a 1v1. I forgot we had 2. We'll see if we have to add or subtract. Oh my. So, enhance. Huh. I'm gonna guess. Alright, let's all take a guess. The number, he's in blue, by the way. Not like the Zerg is much better. So what number is that? That number is 62, I want to say. Well, 54 or 62. Okay. I'm not gonna make Twitch chat choose specifically. If it's somehow 50 on the dot, I don't understand the math. We got 30 seconds. Is it before or after 50? You get supply blocked for a full minute at 5 minutes. How bad is it? This looks like it's a fucking double medevac drop. Or some shit like that. And we're microing it for a minute. But if Twitch chat is right, I'll give 3 subs to the people. If they're wrong, well, expectations met. I think it's 54 is the number. 62 would make a little more sense, but I don't think his build is that good. So I'm with Twitch chat on this. I mean, I set the rules, so I could have made it a lot more difficult and put the specific numbers. No. No strikes here. Yet. Besides not banning Beckett Industries, though. It's a Terran map. What isn't? Probably Pride of Altaris. Jagannatha has not... Like, it's not like the map pool has changed very much. But that hasn't been in the map pool for half a year. Jimmy, can we get the paintbrush off the screen?
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, so no Reaper. Building on the high ground. So this is gold. I think... Oh my god. This is gold, so I don't mind having the same build. You don't need to have, like, Reaper Hellion or anything. Perfect. Thank you, Sirtomw.
Coach, I get wrecked.
Add-on complete. Base is under attack. Command center up.
I'm not a huge fan of just spamming the Widowmine Armory drop openers because I fucking hate Widowmines, but I don't mind if this is the build, like practicing the build. The build isn't bad. It's not ideal against Zerg, but it's gold. So that's what it comes down to. See, I guessed 54 was the number, but the records show I guessed 54.
Forces are under attack.
All right. There's no depots on the way. So, this is kind of a key part of StarCraft 2. Is before you... Okay, get the Terran for Dummies out. How many of these are we missing? If you said all but upgrades, you are correct. You need to do them in order, otherwise it doesn't work at all. Getting a little more damage doesn't matter in comparison. Oh, I can finally gift a specific amount. It didn't show it for me for a while. But Twitch chat, good job. Questions from here on out will be harder. I've made my mistakes. So what do you do? Before you drop
the 3 subs to viewers.
another depot or 2, you don't need more gas. There is no need for more gas. An add-on on the factory? I don't care which one. I don't know. We don't really need another Medivac. Start +1 attack. Add another rack. Like, there are a lot of correct options. 10 more seconds on the Widowmine drop. If the margins are so thin, you need to drop those Widowmines 10 seconds or 15 seconds earlier, you fucked up somewhere already. Like, this is not the Metal Leagues with those kind of margins. Also, this guy is doing a burrowed roach rush, which is... Everyone here is being very creative. Not necessarily in a productive way, but in a... These look cool. Everyone's doing cool burrow units because they're scared of confronting their problems head on, is my summary. Oh my god. This is absolutely... You need to stop doing... Like... There are 2 choices now. This build is not good for Metal Leaguers. Doing any sort of Medivac build. I do not like... If you're actually trying to get mediocre at StarCraft, which is the dream of all of us, I do not like doing any sort of Medivac build early. Because this is what always fucking happens. From Bronze to GM even. GMs do this as well. Maybe not Maru. But something goes a little slightly wrong, and then with Terran, you have a specific order you have to do things. If you get supply blocked, like Zerg players, they can bank Larva. Protoss players, they have Warpins and Chrono Boost. Terran players, did you know supply depots take longer to build than Overlords and Pylons? Yeah. Supply depots, I want to make sure I get this right. But supply depots, oh, it doesn't show you. They take 21 seconds. Oh, I can just do it here. Overlords take 18 seconds. All right. Supply depots, they take 21. So not only can your production not start until you're unsupply blocked, but also it takes longer to get unsupply blocked. On top of that, you have to use your resource gatherers in order to build the things that get you unsupply blocked. I mean, with Protoss, essentially you have to have your pylons in the right spot, but the probe slaps it down and goes about its business of terrorizing everyone in the entire zip code. Zerg has that larva sitting around, which denies it the ability to become its true dream in Ultralisk, but most people get denied that. But Terran, if you're sitting here supply blocked, you have to go through either supply drop, which, yes, you need to supply, if you're this supply blocked, if you're hard supply blocked, which means supply blocked with no Depot's on the way. You drop supply. Unless you need to scan this second, you drop your supply. On any of the depots, ideally one that's not going to die immediately. It is far more important to do that than to drop a mule, because what are you going to do? Bank up another 1,000 minerals the next time you look at a medevac? Probably. It's not like you need the minerals. You need to get your fucking priorities straight.
Your forces are under attack.
So it was 54 was the number. At least there you go. That is the right choice.
Your forces.
When you drop a supply depot, you should think, huh, I guess I was supply blocked. Maybe I should immediately make more supply depots because now you're supply blocked at 62 instantaneously.
Under attack.
There. But this has slowed everything down by a significant margin. Also, how much has it done? We've killed 10 workers. Okay, cool. That sounds like a lot.
Your forces are under attack.
You were supply blocked for a minute. SCVs take 12 seconds. That means you can make 5 a minute. And you have 2 command centers. What's 5 times 2? How many workers did you lose for your Widow mine drops? I'll spoil it. It's 10. The number's 10.
Attack. Upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
Surprise!
Surprise, motherfucker.
I will admit, there's no way you see this one coming. Like, out of nowhere. This is, I don't blame anyone for not expecting. Ideally, you actually have a wall at the natural against Zerg. But, I mean, it probably wouldn't be up. This is... It is pretty great. I mean, once you clean it up... Oh, is that a planetary? I don't mind the planetary at the third, but... Both of you guys going for these ridiculous burrow builds. Okay. Alright, so here's the situation. It is now 99 to 132 supply. No, wait, out of 132. Is that going to be the number again? You got 1,200 minerals. Do you have 5 racks? No. Do you have add-ons? No. So, the priorities right now are, well, what steps haven't we taken? 1, upgrades. Check. We have upgrades. We got all the upgrades on the way. 2, let's bring out the fucking checklist again. Production. Are we there? Not really, but kind of. So the production is mostly there. 3, economy. Supply depots. SCVs. No SCVs in production. That's the next priority. 4 is units. The thing is, we do have to double back and say that we're going to include some turrets and basic defenses against burrowed roaches. How do you do that? Just a turret at the front with a bunker. A turret at the third in the mineral line. Like, just need a few turrets. Don't build a Raven. We both know you're just going to fly it into spore crawlers. The Raven is way too much micro. We're struggling hard enough with a single medevac. We're not microing the Raven. It ain't happening. I don't... Just scan. Okay, you don't need... You just a couple. The detection radius is far larger. Okay, no. I mean...
Field research.
It's kind of unlikely he's really gonna do it again, too, but...
Add-on complete.
Is the number 132? Welcome back, everyone. We're at 132 out of 132. How many supply depots in production? What a funny joke that is. And here we are again. Welcome back. 54 and 132. That's the number. At least this time the army got crushed. So that way, we remembered that building supply depots is important.
Upgrade complete. Mineral field.
Okay, alright. So, how do Zerg units work? I'll answer the question. Zerg units work by getting as much surface area as possible and surrounding armies. Building random-ass racks. I mean, I'm pretty sure these racks are here because it feels too hard to find somewhere to build them in the main. And not because we're trying to make some sort of maze for the Ultralisks. In fact, I'm not sure we've seen Ultras yet, but we will see. What is the counter to Ultralisks? Liberators, Marauders, tanks. Technically ghosts, but once again, I'm gonna chalk this man up to not Maru. What is that? Stim? Okay.
Research. Your forces are under attack. Add-on complete.
If you can actually get the ghost snipes off,
Depleted.
I'll be impressed, but
Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted.
okay, the summary of all this is you need to stop with the Widow Mine Drop. It's hurting you. If you just focused at, like, at least the Armory Mine Drop, it's just too many steps. It's not like the mines are getting extra damage anyways.
Field.
Just skip the Armory, do a Mine Drop, and don't get supply blocked. Like, this is
Your
the simplest shit.
forces are under attack.
And also the hardest, because not getting supply blocked is an entire game problem.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete. Vespine geyser exhausted.
Wow. Kind of nailed it. Yeah. If you could just get to 100... if you could get to 150 supply without running headlong into a wall you created, it's pretty good. Like, it's solid. The problem is you have, like, 40% of the army you should, which makes it a lot harder. You're in platinum. Did you see his build? You didn't, because it was burrow move roaches. Like, what is that? Alright, we gotta put the counter. What's 54? 186. Alright, there you go. Remember, supply depots the next step? That should be the first step, and most of the steps. Honestly, once again, especially for Platinum-ish, it's a B+, because the supply blocks are really bad. But almost everything else isn't. So, like, if you don't get supply blocked for a full minute because you're doing a shitty Widow Mine drop, you'll pretty easily be diamond. That's all right. What do we have here? Kinby. Can you help me with dealing with Protoss / Sky Toss? Not really, but most of the answer is do a queen walk before they get solid 3 bases. With like 12 queens, like 40 supply of Roach Ravager, and then a bunch of Zerglings. And then, if you go past that, they always seem to have a lot of batteries. Well, that's what the Ravagers are for. It is technical. You know what's worse is when they get to 200 supply and they have, like, Storm, unlimited batteries, and carriers. That's even worse. So it can always get worse. Yeah, there's also the quick, like, pre-lair attack, which is, if you can nail it, is probably better. Like, 30 drones into 7 or 8 queens, and then whatever roaches you can put out there, ideally hitting their third. Of course, much of this is countered if they build a single disruptor as well. Okay, like... You can't be... Winter, I don't know what to do. And you fucking built a hatchery at his natural. Well, this kind of throws everything sideways. This is not, like... Well, when you don't have 2 hatcheries on your side of the map, this definitely... It definitely doesn't make it easier to figure out... Like, I don't think this is necessarily a bad play, but you can't be like, Winter, I don't know what to do in ZVP when you're building a fucking hatchery in their natural. That throws out most of your options. Because it's very hard to do a queen walk when the queens, half the queens are built inside their base. Just to preface, this was a barcode. I want to bring the shenanigans to him. So, this whole discussion we're having is now a thought experiment. It is no longer, how do I improve upon my play? It is, I'm just going to do random shit, but on paper, how would you deal with EVP? Because even Bly has pretty much stopped doing this. It is almost impossible to make this work without being all in.
Our base is under attack.
I mean, you might be able to all in and win, but...
Our base is under attack.
Like, at this point, we're no longer any... Like, there, you can't... Every game's gonna be different from this stage, and you might get away with this. And you might actually get ahead, because some Protoss will freak out. But... There is no stability here.
Our base is under attack.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now?
Remember how much this costs you. Like, you might be like, I delayed his Nexus. You're down 5 workers. Because you have to build the hatcheries on your side. A drone went with that. Building any Zerglings is going to slow it down. Like, you're down 5 workers now. You're already behind. What did the hatch do? It delayed his Nexus slightly? Was it worth it? I don't know. Like, maybe. Forced him to make 2 zealots, but now you have to deal with 2 zealots. Like, now you have to deal with what you encouraged him to do. Like, you forced his hand.
Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack.
Alright, so this is about as close. Why are we? Okay, no. Well, this is all in. At this point, you're all in, or you're playing the late game. Those are your options. If you build a lair with 30 drones, you've kind of thrown out every option for doing a queen walk. Because there's no chance of having enough queens and enough minerals in general to do a queen walk. There's a reason people don't go Hydras. And it's because Hydras are too expensive. They barely do more DPS than a queen, and they have way less HP. One day we will have Angry Coach AoE 4. Yeah, and that day was like a month ago. It already happened, and it's on YouTube. So, technically correct. So, Hydras suck. I wish they didn't, but Hydras suck. They're just... Hydras as a means to getting lurkers. Okay, maybe. Against Terran, okay, maybe. But against Protoss, there's not enough to distinguish them from queens. Like, they're not That just takes too long to get there to fill the same role. And that is why, like, Queens replaced the Brood War Hydra, which was a tier 1 anti-air unit. What are we actually doing here? What? Okay, so tell me right now, Quinn. Why did you get a lair? What was the lair for? No. What was the lair for? Why did you get a lair? I know you said for Spire. So you got a lair. Okay, the lair's been done. You spent 100 gas on getting a lair. The lair's been done for 30 seconds. You think he's gonna go double Stargate. So, based on the fact he built 1 Stargate and an Oracle. So you're gonna go Spire. Okay. Like, I'm not even necessarily saying that the Spire is a terrible call if you see double star, but the thing is Stargate counters Spire. So if he sees the Spire, which is not unlikely when he has Stargate units, then he can just build... Like, if he builds Phoenixes, sure, Corruptors might... What if he builds Ground? You sent an Overseer in. Like, to scout his base. You did. It happened. So, if you look in his base, you would see... Like, if you had actually looked at that Overseer, you would have seen a Twilight Council building and a Forge upgrading. Not sure if you saw it there, but... Which would tell you that it's probably not double Stargate. Which would actually reinforce the idea of going Mutus somewhat. So, not only is this game not a Sky Toss game, not only was this game a proxy hatchery early, not only was it like a layer into the idea of a Spire with no direction. So you said, how do I counter Sky Toss? And then you provided me with a game that... So you're just trying to double dip, I assume. Because if you think this is a game that is showing an example of how to or how not to counter Sky Toss, all you've said is, in my head, he went double Stargate, which you convinced yourself of. I don't know how to fix that, because obviously that's not the only thing going wrong there. But there is no evidence here of Sky Toss besides the fact he built the tech building that 90% of Protoss will build, which is a Stargate, no matter what. It becomes Sky Toss. So you got baited into thinking it because a Stargate existed. Okay, so how about... I would say Scout, but you did. So at this point, I guess stop trusting yourself to make good decisions. Like, I don't know, figure out what build they're doing, sending in the angry coach, or speaking out loud. Like, those are all things you obviously struggle with here. And once we do that, maybe we can work towards something competent. So, we're going Spire, but right before the Spire finishes, you're now going for +1 ranged attack and Carapace, which undercuts any efforts for the Spire, which is 10 seconds out, on top of the fact you're supply blocked. So what I really think is this game's probably like 34 minutes long. You remembered dying to carriers and completely forgot about the first 14 minutes because, like all the other issues, they're explained by relatively short-term memory loss. The game is 17 minutes long, and in probably 10 minutes, the carriers have won. At this point, it became clear it wasn't Sky Toss in my head, so the Overseer was just to inspire you to divinate what your opponent was doing. You know why? It wasn't clear in your fucking head. It was clear because you're a donkey. And you respond to literally, essentially zero input. It wasn't in your head. You saw 2 adepts and a sentry walk across the map, to which I think, what the fuck is that? What is he doing? He select all armied onto your base. But in your stupid-ass brain head, you saw 3 non-Stargate units. And that, for once, the stars fucking aligned, and you correctly realized it wasn't double Stargate. Only because this Protoss is at least as incompetent as you, and is trickling down scouting information that you happen to have a changeling over. If you were using your brain head and you wanted to convince me that you weren't a toddler with object permanence still developing, you could have said the changeling scouted 2 robos at his third, which is another pretty clear indicator that those aren't Stargates. That would have been factual physical evidence in front of your fucking eyes, which ostensibly you use, but you have an overseer, okay? An overseer has like 18 eyes, and you use none of them. So I don't know why I expected you to use any to scout the robos in front of your fucking face. No, you're over here like in my head. Some sort. I vaped some essential oils and it told me that maybe he's not going Stargate. That is what you're telling me. This is what Advanced Platinum Zerg looks like. Advanced Platinum Zerg is I've played enough games to think I know what I'm doing. My mechanics aren't terrible, but my brain is still in a constant state of confusion, and I'm hurting myself with it.
Our forces are under attack.
I like the spine crawlers. Like, this is going to be some sort of deadly attack. So, essentially, almost nothing has happened. And by nothing, I mean like a few drones have died, a few Zerglings. 400 resources have been lost. Yet, the Protoss is somehow up 30 supply, which is just magical. And this is okay, so for those wondering, this is not how you counter Sky Toss. In case you needed to check off each of these marks, this is not how you counter Sky Toss.
Oh, a follower. Is that all?
House XL is chilling for 12 months.
Oh, now we're scouting. Oh, yes. Oh, but he's... No. We saw the Stargate building something. This could be devastating. He built 10 more roaches. The worker count is now... So, another way not to counter Sky Toss is, like, you're at 48 drones. Dark gets 50 drones before the 5-minute mark. You're over here with essentially no pressure. 48 drones in 7.5 minutes. Which is impressive because you have 15 larvae. You're over here worrying so much about what the Protoss is doing in your own fucking head. You're hallucinating these... like, this is why whenever, like, in my incredibly expert balance patch and all that, I say we should buff Protoss. Because Protoss... But for stability. Nerf Void Race. Okay? Just to be clear. But the immediate, visceral reaction of your average, especially Terran and Zerg player, is, buff Protoss? Are you insane? Protoss players have been living rent-free in my head since StarCraft existed. Okay, they owe me thousands upon thousands of dollars of unpaid rent, and you're telling me right now the interest rates are going up and I'm still not getting paid? I've lost track of this entire analogy, this entire metaphor. It's meandering. It doesn't make any sense, and neither does your fucking build. Worry about your goddamn self. Don't give a fuck about what the barcode Protoss is doing. I'm just impressed he didn't cannon rush you. But the MMR for this is so low, if you encounter a barcode at this level, the only thing you can content yourself with is that he has even less self-respect effect than you do. And sure, that might be because you have so little self-awareness that you're incapable of realizing just how incredibly incompetent you are, but at the same time, this is like scraping the bottom of the diamond barrel and hoping you can sell it off in some inflated, controlled market for pennies on the dollar to make up from that lack of interest from the rent earlier. Yes, we brought it all together. Once again, unlike your build, which seems to change with the tides or the wind. I guess tides make more sense here on 2,000 atmospheres, because you're obviously under a lot of pressure from your own head. At some point, it had to stop. At some point, I had to stop talking, but I wasn't sure when it was going to be. And, well, here we are.
We have met the...
I guess we're going Hydras now. That's Spire. Spire, by the way, is 200-200. Not only did you get a lair for no reason, then you got a Spire a minute later, and then you didn't do anything with the Spire, on top of the fact, like, you have 20 less workers, and he's barely killed... How many workers he killed? He killed 2. Which means you never even built more than 50. Even including the ones he killed, you're still under 50. Like, this is just completely and utter... This is unacceptable levels. You need, like, 70 workers.
Under attack.
You could easily get 70 workers if you're not too busy countering whatever your stupid-ass brain just came up.
We have met the enemy in combat. Mutation complete.
Maybe build something? Maybe build units? Have we tried building units? You have 15 larvae. You have 1,000 minerals. You're literally upgrading Hydra speed. What should we build? There it is. At least we got that much right.
Mineral field evolution completed. Mineral.
Okay, so I'm still waiting for the sky toss part.
Depleted.
It's now been a solid 10 minutes. The only Stargate units have been 1 Void Ray and 1 Oracle.
We have met the enemy in combat.
That Oracle's still alive, by the way. Still going.
Evolution.
Very kind of the Protoss. Wow, we can actually go Roach Hydra Corruptor. Oh my god. Oh my god. Will he remember he has a Spire Twitch chat? Will he... Now, really the question is, not necessarily whether he builds Spire units, but does he build another Spire? Despite having a Hive, and despite already having a Spire. This, like, I'm not entirely sure, because it's going to be very easy to see the Spire. Now, you can't just buy into that one. He might remember. The correct answer is Vipers. Because he does have a Hive. And Vipers have a lot more utility than a few Corruptors. Especially if it's just a couple Colossi. But I think there's a not insignificant chance he thinks of getting a Spire and he builds another one. So, but people say no. So they're on board with the worst case scenario. I mean, he might just continue trying to micro Roach Hydra, which is definitely not better. But meanwhile, all the drones dying at the 3rd, because obviously the only reason the queens aren't there because they're not on the Selectal Army key. So it'd be a nerf to 90% of Zergs if queens were on the Selectal Army key now.
Our forces are under attack. Mutation completed.
Despite what they may think. There's a Lurker Den. So Lurkers technically counter... Yeah, the Lurker Den should probably be, as the Hive is building, because it takes the same amount of time, and that's obviously where we're going.
We have met the...
But instead, it took fighting for a minute and then realizing the hive was done to build the lurker den. Also, 58 drones. No, I don't think at any point we've been over 60 here, which is not remotely close to enough.
Depleted.
So here's the situation. The Protoss can do whatever the fuck they want because they have 4 bases, they have all the tech, and this is because the Zerg player has spent this entire time creating Protoss demons in their head and trying to counter those instead of building an economy or their tech tree. Yeah, a fleet beacon, 2 stargates, a dark shrine, a forge, another forge, by the way, 4 bases, 80 probes.
Our forces are under attack.
The Vipers are a correct call. And on paper, they're hotkeyed separately here.
Our base is under attack. Our base is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh no. He got attacked in 2 different places.
Evolution completed.
It's a disaster.
We have met the enemy in combat.
So yeah, the Roach Hydra Viper, like, against a handful of carriers, this was actually some pretty solid Viper micro. Like, that was good. He got all the Colossi. Oh, but 1 carrier shows up.
Evolution. The mineral field has been depleted.
That was about the best that could have ever
Mineral
gone.
field depleted.
Like, that was actually some solid Viper micro.
Mutation completed. Mineral cluster depleted. The mineral field has been depleted.
And until there's like 10 carriers, you can just kind of pull the carriers out.
Mineral cluster depleted. Our base is
Well,
under attack.
maybe... The problem is the Protoss was already so far ahead
We have met the enemy in combat.
that he could build whatever he wanted. He could build that same
Our
army
base
twice
is
over,
under
probably.
attack.
Well, not twice
The
over,
mineral
but
field has been depleted.
when you never go above 70 drones and you're constantly struggling to even spend your money, you're never going to be able to get that on.
Our base is under attack. We have met the enemy in combat.
So let's stop fighting
Mineral field.
our inner demons and actually, you know, I don't even think scouting him is relevant. At this point, I think this is one of those players that what happens is they scout the opponent. They're like, oh my god, he exists. And then everything they could ever be doing that has hurt you before is suddenly an immediate and present danger. So let's just not scout for like 10 games. Okay? No scouting till 70 drones.
Depleted.
Beside, on their half of the map. How about that?
Mineral
70 drones, and then you can
cluster
scout.
depleted.
That is all I have, because this is definitely what you hurt yourself way more than he did.
Our base is under attack. Our forces are
Right.
under attack.
The drone count was so low entirely because of the things you made up in your head. Putting the hatchery at the natural. Oh, what a dick bag. Wow.
We have
Fucking barcode Protoss.
met the enemy in combat.
This is like Diamond 3. I don't even blame you for the no GG against that, though you are giving it what it wants. I say it because it's not worthy of any other specific designation, which is what they intend. This is Diamond 1? Oh. How many replays are in the queue? Several. I have no idea. Almost M3. Well, the fact that you're getting this far and you never even got, like, you literally, okay, I don't know. I mean, I was just using Dark as, you have Dark's portrait. Ashamed of your drone count. Literally on your hatcheries. Oh my god. Shame on you.
Shame.
For Diamond
Shame.
1, this is
Shame.
This is a D+. This is a... I'm surprised you got that far. And it's probably because you were just playing the Terrans, which you aren't that scared of. Instead of the Protoss, who usually just kind of get to GM. That is a full shame there for the Advanced Platinum. I would have believed. Until the Viper Micro, honestly, it felt like a Platinum game. The fact that the Vipers didn't immediately fly into the Stalkers was the only thing that felt like Diamond. Everything else was painful. The only reason the Protoss didn't do critical damage, I think he got very surprised by the fact that there were so many units, and because those units were built way too early. Where were we? We got joppsta. Joppsta. Ah, yes. This is an absolute classic. No, wait. Let me quote. Played this in May last year. Yes, May of last year. Been meaning to submit, as I think it's a banger of a game. I know I'm trash. That's why I play Protoss. Can't hang around, so I'll catch it on the YouTube. He did hang around. Okay, so once again, as a Protoss player, he just fucking lied to himself and everyone else. So this is a banger of a game, and I quote, "We just saw what an advanced Platinum Zerg looks like against Protoss. We saw the struggles they have with Protoss existing. But I'm sure here, those struggles... so there's a couple disruptor hits, and also probably the last game he's played since last May. Like, this is peak, all right, here in the Platinum League. We're not going to top this. Hashtag YOLO. Thank you, joppsta, for that. Thank you for the commentary. I'm just gonna start with a strike here. I think that's fair. I think that makes sense. I think all signs point to it being necessary so far. So of course we're not actually trying to learn from this one. We're just, Winter, look at my game, I'll pay you for it, which is what we're here for, I guess, right? Correctly realizing there's a spawning pool, so probably should build a Zealot wall. Freeing up supply. So far, decent response. I don't know if we actually scouted. Yeah, there was no scout on the gas. So if you don't actually scout the gas, though I don't know if the gas was taken when the probe came in, we can't know now, then you don't know if, say, instead of making Zerglings, they're making roaches. Or any of those silly things. Not that scouting is that relevant. So far... well... 250 gas, but you know what we need? This is straight out of the fucking, like, co-opper campaign. I noticed that, I mean, the further down you go, obviously, the more common it is. This is no longer as common as it was. I think this is a very, I've played the campaign, I'm ready for multiplayer, which hats off to you. But yeah, those assimilators don't fucking mind themselves. Okay. Not a terrible response. The stalkers are actually, as long as you don't overdo it, oh well, or lose them. If it is mass roach, the stalkers behind the wall are the best option. As long as it doesn't become a stalker build. Well, okay. Shield battery overcharge is good. Solid defense. I mean, the Robo and the Twilight were both significantly late. And the Immortal could have been out probably before they broke through the wall if the build was on point. But we were microing Adepts, so we had a good excuse.
I return.
Alright, at some point, when you're going charge, you do want to build charge lots. And when you're chrono boosting your Nexus, you want to build probes. But once again, we're not trying to improve off this game. It's a banger of a game. That was a pretty slick defense against the far too late Roach attack. Templar. Gotta be careful to siege those observers up, so when you inevitably use the select all army hotkey, they don't all come home.
All done. Middle pad is gone. It's not coming back. You're all mined out of that one.
What am I watching? Alright. Okay, so, you know, I always say micro your macro, and that's very important. The only time it's probably not that important is when you were baited by the Overlord migration into losing all of your units in the middle of the map while trying to figure out how to put probes in an assimilator. Maybe that is not... That is one of the very few scenarios where microing your macro is not your top priority. But of course, if you weren't microing against migrating Overlords, then we would have never been out here. But those Overlords were just too juicy a target to pass up. This was actually a total success. How many units? One Immortal, two, both the Immortals survived. So, and we got rid of the Stalkers, but now we're gonna rebuild Stalkers. So, never mind. Roach Hydra is a hard counter to Stalkers. Most things are. Like, Stalkers pound for pound are terrible against it. They are almost okay against Mass Roach in comparable numbers for greater expense.
You took all the minerals from that cluster.
Yeah, we're built. So now, instead of actually building charge lots, we lost all the Stalkers. We built more Stalkers, so that means instead of getting upgrades, it's time to go blank. Now, they're not mutually exclusive unless you can only fit so many things in your brain at once, which he did say he's a Protoss player. And he's trash, which is a little redundant, but here we are. Now we're going to get Storm and Blank and +1. What about the armor upgrade? I think the logic was Stalkers are anti-armor, but with hindsight should have been charge lots. Let's stop with that whole thinking idea. Yeah. Just in general. Or speaking, too. Like, both of those. One step at a time.
Research mineral field depleted. Forces are just a little bit...
So, at some point, it's very important you actually build fucking units. I know it sounds crazy, but at the point sometime before you get everything, you do want to build units at all. Ideally more than, 6 gateways. Because that will continue to compound... Oh, sweet Jesus. Was that a scouting immortal? Was that... Did we just send out another... One of those... a classic scouting immortal. It actually did its job. Not that we noticed, but it did successfully scout the lurkers. Banger of a game.
Research complete.
The enemy closes. Well, whose fault is that?
But have we mined find out of that, your upgrade is complete.
Okay, just because the button's there doesn't mean you have to press it. Like, do you need observer speed right now? I guess it wouldn't be terrible, but is it more important than, like, I don't know, getting +2 weapons? Probably not.
Upgrade completed.
But at this point, ooh, buttons!
Your research is complete.
So yeah, this is how the game goes. Yada yada. Right now, he could be at 175 supply if he just built 25 more charge lots. Of course, because he hasn't warped in almost ever on cooldown, let alone he didn't build any extra gates. He's down 30 supply. So he's going to get in a dicey scenario, yada yada yada, miss a couple disruptor shots. And then the Zerg is just going to walk right into a couple. He's going to get massive disruptor hits. So hard, so big and thick and large that they're seared into his brain for so long that he saved this replay up until this point to show me, because he has so little shame. Well, Protoss player. Surprised he's not on a barcode, but he has so little shame that that's the exciting part. Seeing disruptor hits against the disabled toddler that is a platinum Zerg. That is why we're here today. So look forward to it. That I'm predicting. I haven't seen this game. Am I gonna just judge someone based on comparable players in the past and how everyone's special but in very similar ways? Yes, I am.
Consciousness awakened.
You think he's gonna manage Templar and Blink Stalkers and Disruptors? Let's pick, like, if we're lucky, 1 out of 3. We'll see though. Ooh, big hits. Oh, well, I guess now we have the storms. Okay, so 1 good disruptor hit, and then lost the entire, rest of the fucking army. So, 2 disruptors died without firing. The storms were good, except they don't stack, and all the Templar died before the second round. And then the Archons will get 1 or 2 hits off, and then they'll die. And all this will happen with 3,400 minerals and 800 gas in the bank. Here we are. Because 8 gateways is like 1/3 of what you need to spend your money if you're going to micro this hard. Who won this match? Of course he wins the match. Come on, remember, it's a Protoss in the Meta Leagues. The Zerg is going to outplay the shit out of himself. You know that. Didn't you just watch the last fucking game? You have Twitch chat has worse memory than at least our Protoss friend remembered this game. Okay. I didn't submit it for that reason. You submit it because, quote, this was a banger of a game.
You took all the minerals from that.
And I quote. End quote. That's the whole quote.
Base is under attack. Do you recall?
Firing. Good thing that observer speed is coming in handy against the lurkers.
Your base is under attack.
It's really working out.
Mineral field depleted. Up. Your base is crumbling. A mineral field has been depleted. You must construct additional pylons.
Alright, now is the time for the disruptor balls, guys. So, he's lost his entire army because he has been he's slacked about as hard as you possibly could on production. He lost thousands of gas to just A-moved Zerg units. But now the Zerg has to come up a ramp. He doesn't have to, but he will. And this is why we're here. Pretty sure almost as many zealots died in some of those. Yeah, so that was like 8 supply of Zerg. Wait, whoa. What just happened there? Did you just shoot a disruptor into your Templar? Or what? What was that? Oh, it walked into a... This was the real shot. The corrosive vial snipe on the Templar. What a play. So the Zerg does not have Roach nor Hydra speed. Which is, you know... Because we're locked into this battle. Oh my.
You're all mine.
And because the Zerg is at only 54 drones, because he is a Zerg player up against Protoss, and he's been so constantly terrified of the fact that Protoss exists, he forgot to build an economy in any sort of reasonable way while missing major upgrades. So now, because you've been battered back into nearly the Bronze Age and have the good units after taking several minutes more than it needed to get here, now we get to go show off these disruptor hits. The disruptors which have killed almost as many zealots as they've killed hydras. But here we are. Mass disruptor in a real game. We finally spent that bank because we were barely... The reason... So this is why, honestly... This is why, one, scouting is fucking useless in the meta leagues. Up to Diamond, scouting is essentially useless. Even in Diamond, it's not that useful. Like, the basics of, like, do they have a base here, or are they going for Void Rays kind of stuff are important. But in general, scouting is fucking useless and should not be a priority, because if you're the Zerg player and you just bash this Protoss's head back into his second base, you know what you think? He doesn't have enough minerals to compete with me? No, because the Protoss is such a cornucopia of incompetence. He had 3,500 minerals when you set him on 2 base. So he had essentially 4 bases of mining minerals for multiple minutes. So actually he had enough in the fucking bank to pull out another army. So this is why it's more important to worry about yourself than your opponent or even outright killing them. Your best chance is to focus on getting 70-ish workers, 4 bases, plenty of upgrades, and maxing out. Not on trying to kill them, because you don't know if they just got a small loan of 1 million minerals. You don't know if they've been sitting on fucking 4 gateways because they were busy pressing all the shiny buttons on every single other building first. You don't know that. And their incompetence may be your downfall, because they will drag you down into the fucking mud, and they will drown you in it. And then they'll come up a year later and say, Winter, I found 15 bucks down here. Look at my fucking replay. Here we are.
Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice. And
Now you can tell how many SCVs. First, you got to play Terran. Second, hover over your supply. If you hover over your supply, you can see the count. It's actually really cool. It includes the ones you're building, by the way. Just FYI. This is more relevant for Zerg. If you would watch my quick tips. Pretty quick tip.
under attack. It's a disaster. You're all mined out of that mineral field. Your base is crumbling under...
Okay, alright, let's count. How many Zerg units died to disruptors and how many Protoss? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was 2 zealots.
Your pylon is under siege.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they do pretty well. The disruptors are pretty good against non-speed Roach Hydra. Remember, this is the guy who said he was using Immortal Archon Charge Lot as a crutch, and then proceeded to go Archons, lose his Immortals to a rally point, build a bunch of Disruptors. No, he didn't go, I'm sorry, not Archons, Stalkers. He went Stalkers, he upgraded Charge, he built like 4 Zealots. He rallied his Immortals across the map, lost his entire army in the middle, built more Stalkers, and then went for Storm, lost another 3-4 Archons after losing his Templar, went Disruptors, yet Immortal Archon Charge Lot is the crutch we're working on.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade.
Just like our How Do I Counter Skytoss Zerg in the previous match. Yeah, that's really what we were working with here. In your head, you may have said, yeah, Immortal Archon Charge Lot. But in practice, it was Disruptors into flailing, into killing your Charge Lots with your Disruptors, and then winning with Archons anyways.
Complete. What cost?
Disruptor was the only way to come back in this game? While I might not disagree with the spirit of your statement, I have to take into context all of the other ones, to which I say, shut the fuck up!
Your probes are under attack. Assimilators exhausted, and we're still going? So proud.
Bit of a yikes from me, dog.
I've never seen this screen before. Wow. You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
Well, this wasn't ending. So here we are. Shame on you, obviously, and on him. Shame on everyone involved.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I'm getting Interrobang there. Like, well, so, yeah. So that looks like every Platinum game sent into Bronze League Heroes, by the way. For those of you who think that some of the games are like high-level players and all that, it's pretty much every Platinum game, which is most of them that are sent into Bronze League Heroes, is a bunch of people doing shitty builds and flailing around for like 10 minutes, and then one player, usually the one who sends it in, making a huge play almost entirely because of the incompetence of his opponent, and then just kind of winning.
Here's 5 Bezos bucks.
Like, and then just kind of winning the game, and that like, but it's that one moment, like, or alternatively, well, sometimes the big moment is like a base trade that never needed to happen. Why do people send in wins instead of losses? You know the answer. I mean, it was a year ago, at least on his face. Well, he was honest. I think what happened here is obviously he just wanted to see the game on the stream. And there you go. At the same time, deep down, I believe he thought I was going to compliment him on his Disruptor micro. Like, he won't admit it, but I think I can convince enough people to believe my interpretation, which is he thought I would think it was impressive.
Is chilling for 2 months.
Nah, mate, I want to. You see, there you go. You see, he can't win now, so at least he'll lose something. Not this game, but everyone else's respect. So, here we are.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Oh yeah, I have to restart SC2 because that was from like 2 patches ago. Oh, yeah, hope. We're not giving a hope score for that. We got a Platinum Zerg against Protoss. So we're flipping the script a bit. 184 APM Zerg. Let's take a look at the details. but not enough to build overlords. Not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times in the first 5 minutes. We miss at least a full overlord. I bet this is a sky toss. No, there's no sky toss at all. These are there disruptors? No. Well, it's interesting. It looks like an interesting game. Look at the back and forth here. What did he say? One of my most shameful losses. A lot to get angry, I guess, but I'm curious on what you have to say, and I'm also a bit of a masochist. You know, it's not as fun when they're so accurate. But yeah. For all those, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We got DjMerlin. If you can find one from chat, sure, but I'm not going out of my way for it. Helichaz, Shyguy, Bob, Sirtomw, Dashhy, HonorableMacroTerran. That's a fucking lie, but so was that 8? Fuck. Well, it's time for a quick advertising break, and we'll be back to the action. Hey everybody, I'm Winter, and I'm here to talk to you about Prime Gaming. If you have Amazon Prime, you get so many exciting things. You get all the deliveries that you don't need. You get, like, at least a couple decent TV shows. But wait! There's more! Did you know that when Amazon ate Twitch several years ago, it shit out Prime Gaming? And now you can get all the loot for shitty games that you'd be embarrassed to tell other people you play, and also occasionally some good ones. So, if you go to gaming.amazon.com, you can check out all that free. Like, do you guys like sleds? It's winter out, and I would know. Now you can get your very own Roblox futuristic mech sled, as opposed to the vintage retro mech sled, which all the normies have. But your very own blocks or your Roblox man, Roblox robot, whatever. You could have your own fucking mech sled. But wait, there's more. Did you know that every month for free, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice, even me? So subscribe right now with Prime Gaming, or you're losing money for me. So subscribe with Prime Gaming, because at Amazon Prime, we know where you live. You told us. Good luck, and good night. Thank you guys for sticking around. So, this is a real prediction, but based on this graph, he's a platinum Zerg, but he does seem to have some awareness of his failings. So that means there's a little more hope, not a lot, but a little more hope than usual.
Subscriber detected.
But does that mean
Nightbot
there's shame?
is chilling for 40 months.
Oh, thank you for gifting Nightbot so generously. Is it shame or no shame for this particular Zerg? We will see. I'll be right back with more.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Kaiser Joe 2 is chilling for 6 months. I don't want to lose money.
Generous. Wake up! We're back! Your phone's still on. Put it on the charger. Thank you, Trailer Hobo.
Is that all?
Trailer_Hobo is chilling for 1 month.
The fuck is this? What is this? Momhain! The fuck is this? Where's this drone going? If we're gonna drone scout, why are we doing it so late? Thank you, Kaiser Joe. Lucha Panda. Trail Mix. Got the hype train going. I don't know if Momhain is here. But even if you were like pretending this was a drone scout, it's so late that by the time the drone gets here, the Overlord is like 10 seconds away. So even, like, 1, there's no reason to drone scout. And 2, even the plausible reason for drone scouting is negated by the fact there's already an Overlord on the way. The second Overlord also doesn't need to be on the way. That's usually for scouting for cannon rushes at your natural. Thank you, 2 Pops. But I'll let that one go. Okay, so this is another example. Today's theme is worry about your own damn self. As is every day's theme. Very rarely do it, by definition, since 95% of games before at least higher diamond, but even past that, aren't decided. How do I say it? What's my fucking line? 95% of games up through high diamond and beyond aren't decided in the first 5 minutes. But they could be. And this is another example of if you actually just focus on putting your overlords in the right spot and building units at the right time and getting your hatcheries and not banking money and spending your larva, you're probably going to be in a much better spot than if you see a Stargate 4 seconds earlier. In fact, you might be in a worse spot even if you do see the fucking Stargate, because now you don't have the minerals that a drone would have mined in this amount of time. On top of that, the fact you're actively scouting the Stargate means it's very likely you weren't doing everything you needed to do at home. So even though you see the Stargate, doesn't mean you're in a better position than you were before to deal with it, as we've seen so many times. With that said, if you want a drone scout, at least do it at a timing it's not useless. Alright, so there's a roach horn on the way, for reasons. This is it. We're gonna come in like, Winter, this is Vibe's Bronze to GM build. Yeah, I've looked at, and we've seen and heard a lot about Vibe and his Bronze to GM series, which I think is good. Vibe does what I don't, and he holds your hand, because he understands that most of you are fucking idiots. I, for my own sanity, at least to pretend to an extent that you can kind of go from point A to point B as long as point A and point B are like 3 steps away from each other. But he does a good job of spelling out exactly what you should be doing. Not necessarily why you should be doing it, but if you're just looking for something to follow along, at least focus on that. I don't even know if this is that one of those builds. I'm just saying in general, because I know a lot of you go that direction. Yeah, double roach upgrades. This is quite early for it. It's insanely early to get more gases. Gases 3 and 4. In general. Do I need another fucking spreadsheet? Zerg is a little more fluid. But I don't think this is the example exactly we're looking for. But in general, the drone count is nearing 40. I was going to put first gas before 20, second gas by 30, and then the rest
AbsolutHenne
at
just
40
donated
drones. But we're close enough
$15.
overall.
Just played one more, D.
Honestly, the build isn't terrible. And then he made 3 overseers. Which, like, not ideal, but better than 0. Like, right now, 52 drones, which does sound low, but he's actually got +1/+1 speed on the way. A decent timing. The Zerglings do not have speed, which seems like an oversight as opposed to intentional. What? Why the fuck are we turning around? It's like, he has units. Yeah, you knew that already. What the fuck? It's like, I saw an Immortal. Yeah, the army for Protoss here is two Zealots, 3 Stalkers, an Immortal, like... We came all the way out here, saw exactly what we expected to see, and then turned around. Well, that doesn't seem like the greatest priorities. Hydra Den. So at least he's getting drones. Is covering up the name of the player intentional? No. I just decided putting my face in this corner, so that way you can see my very important gestures, because, as someone mentioned, if you cut off my hands, I would no longer be able to speak. If I put myself where I would usually be playing this stupid game, it would be here, and this takes up a lot of the fucking screen. So, the name of the player, occasionally you'll see, but either way, Faceless Platinum Zerg is what he will be known as. It's called production quality.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
61 drones is not enough, at least he agrees.
Mineral.
The answer is Lurker Viper. Even though the Roachling probably could have done the damage. Lurker Viper. Is he putting all his tech? Honestly, I don't mind this. Because you can tab through and upgrade. I don't know how actively he's doing it, but it's not a terrible idea. Oh, now we're fighting? What the fuck? Like, out of nowhere. Okay, I guess we're... What? We backed off that other army. How was that a better fight?
Forces are under attack. Mineral field.
Well, I kind of felt like, well, I'm here. Well, that was good. That was fine. Okay, so this is the... While there have been some significant quirks, and another important point is the Protoss player has literally done nothing. I don't know what... This is not a great example because I bet there's been games before where like one Adept or one Oracle has induced existential, overwhelming panic and it screwed up the entire game plan. Otherwise, this wouldn't be Platinum. But since literally nothing has come across the map, not even a hallucination, we've been able to execute something of a build. So now is the moment. Now is the moment to see if this will be a diamond player. What I mean by that is, 1, we need Overlords. 2, Lurker Den. 3, Injects. And then 4, the Overlord should be finishing, maybe a few more drones and Hydras. If he does these things in somewhere around that order, even if it takes a little bit, I've got hope. He's spamming roaches right now with 1,300 in the bank, though. So that is not as hopeful. I gotta go back. You know what does annoy me? I don't know if it was 30 seconds before, but when you go back in a replay, it's still the same amount of time back as it was in Wings of Liberty. Except because the game is in real time now, it actually goes back further with each time you do this. Very small pet peeve. So, very small complaint because I can actually go backwards in a replay, with which other games of the year might not have access to. But When it was converted from StarCraft to real time, you now go back about 40% further in each one.
Mineral field
So yeah,
depleted.
unusable. It takes slightly longer to get back to where exactly you're looking. Or you could just, you know, like, scroll on the timeline. But that would be too hard.
Our forces are under attack.
That was actually a pretty slick... Those were backspace injects there. And by backspace, I mean, I hope it's not on backspace. I hope he rebounded. But those injects were pretty slick. He actually nailed it. And then he got supply blocked and it took some figuring out. But... But the Lurker Den should start with the Hive. The Lurker Den should almost always start with the Hive unless you're literally dying and have no money. Otherwise, the Lurker Den starts with the Hive. They take the same amount of time. Well, this base trade should have never happened. Honestly, I don't even know why the Protoss is here, but he just kind of kept chasing. Classic recall. Honestly, Lurker Den's missing. The drone count has been a little low throughout this. Kind of forgot Hive Tech existed. Injects are slick. He keeps building. So this is Zergling syndrome. You see here. He doesn't even have Zergling speed yet. And it's not like he doesn't have gas. It's just... And then some Zerglings is kind of the kicker on everything he's doing. And that's one of those habits that adds up. There's probably like 80 Zerglings that have now died. Slowlings. For no reason. Like, the Zerglings aren't doing anything. They're not tanky enough. They're wasting larvae. Which is a valuable resource that a lot of people don't consider is a resource. When you have 1,200 gas and 150 minerals, maybe Zerglings aren't the most efficient use of your larvae. Yeah, not backspace injects. Backspace is the default for base camera. Which can be rebound to anything else. The correct way to say is base camera injects. So what you do, you put a queen on one hotkey, you hold the inject button, and then you just keep pressing the button while you do that. The downside of this is if you don't have a queen at each hatch, they may start running to go inject the hatch that doesn't have a queen in it. So if everything goes smooth, you can inject real fast. But if it goes wrong or you lose a queen or two, it can go sideways. Cyril, I've noticed, uses a combination of camera locations, like actually flipping between his bases, but when he needs to be quick, he uses base camera, which blows my mind that he's able to do both on the fly. It's very hard. Like, I usually just choose one and that's what I'm doing. I haven't really seen too many other players do a combination besides, like, just happening to inject. 2 more Evos. Yeah, the Lurker Den is missing. So essentially, the reason this game does not end well is because we got Hive and no Hive Tech. The Hive is how you get the highest tech. We're not using it. So the units suck. Roaches and Hydras. The unenthusiastic hand job of unit compositions. Yes, it might get the job done, but nobody's super happy about it. And also, it is far from ideal. Also, we're throwing some Zerglings in, which nobody wants those involved. Like, we now have 10 more Zerglings because it's a reflex. It's a nervous tick, essentially, is what those Zerglings are. They do nothing besides waste larvae and take up supply. Alright. Vipers. And or lurker. Honestly, at this point, Vipers or lurkers would be fine. But instead, we're trying to micro fucking Roach Hydra. Oh my god. Jesus. Wait, let's see the Zerglings. Oh, no Zerglings. I think he ran out of larva. He's just not, like, the only hive tech we've seen is +3 attack. If he was playing Legacy of the Void instead of Wings of Liberty, then I would say this is about as good as you're gonna get. Maybe some Corruptors. But he's playing... No, I mean, the other way around. We have Lurkers and we have Vipers. Going Roach Hydra does not work. Like, it's not good enough. One Viper is worth 30 supply of Roach Hydra at this point. Give or take.
Mineral field depleted.
Not even necessarily for Abduct, but for Blinding Cloud. Or either anything. Anything. Even Parasitic Bomb on Colossi. Yes, it works. And now we got 12 more Lings. He still doesn't have Zergling speed. He's getting +1 melee because the button was there. But, like, at this point, Hive Tech was needed. He got a Hive on a decent time, and we have yet to see anything but upgrades. Locked into the Roach Hydra with token Zerglings. And you know what happens? If the Protoss wins this game, they wait 8 months and then send in the game like, look at my sick banger of a match. Look at how I defended against the worst unit composition in the game with some of the most powerful splash damage. Okay, so already Twitch chat was wrong. This was actually really good. He's really good for Platinum. This is one of the easiest fixes. This is where you want to be, by the way. Like, mistakes so obvious, Twitch chat can be accurate in assessing them. Because he's spending his money, his macro, such as like building workers in a timely manner, injecting, upgrading, those are all good. Literally, by a pretty large margin, all he needs to do is build Vipers or Lurkers. And he's actually microing separate control groups. He's actively got 2 groups of units with Roach Hydra, so it wouldn't even be that big a step to just add Vipers or Lurkers. Ideally both, but one or the other is fine. So, this is the simplest but most significant fix. A less simple fix is not building random Zerglings. That's like it's literally a nervous tick. Like, you get in the habit of building Zerglings, you just kind of keep doing it without even realizing it. I bet if you asked him, did you know you lost 120 non-speed Zerglings this game? I think I'm lowballing it, but... Yeah, there's a base trade that should never have happened. On replay. Oh, he's here! Didn't even realize. When was the last time you played StarCraft, and was it 2012? Momhain. No GG. Okay. Shame on you. On December. Did Vipers exist in December? Were Vipers a unit that existed? Which December? 2012? It's a A-. Drone Scout, not really necessary. Also, Hive Tech. You built the Hive. Use it. I think it's very likely if you use any Hive Tech that isn't eventually upgrades, you'll get to Diamond. Loses a point for a game over a month old. Most of games are over a month old for most people. I'm lenient, I guess. I did my own self-angry coach, and I struggled to find games from like the last week or two, so... I did find them, of course, but... It was harder than I thought, and I'm like, wow, I can't really blame people that much. Terran percentage is high? No, they're just very supply blocked. DjMerlin. Who is a Terran? A Diamond Terran. Back to the classics. Played against Falcon 4 times in a row and lost 3 of them. We're not gonna... Well, can we see the win rates? My MMR... That is quite a... Oh, wait. The people can't see it. That is quite a nice MMR graph you got there. Last 90 days. Last 90 days of games played. Not as regular, but... Now that is only like 300. Okay, it is from 3,300 to 3,600, but it is market improvement. Okay, but I was looking for the matchup. There are too many options. My brain hurts. SC2 replay stats throwing too much at me. I can't handle this. So these are all from the last bit. We've been having a good... There you go. There's a TVP loss.
You got this.
This was a cannon rush? Good fun and have luck. The fuck? You know how I would react to someone saying that? The fuck? Okay. So about... You need like 5 SCVs on each one. Honestly, this was a pretty good defense. Besides the supply block. We're going to a different replay. The amount of cannon rushes you're going to see are quite low. In my experience. Occasionally you'll get a brave Protoss against Terran, but it shouldn't work. Because Terrans can, you know, like, wall off. He has won all the rest of these this season. Let's see. You keep winning all your games. You've had a good season, haven't you? Here you go. TVZ.
Remember, don't panic. Okay, maybe a little panic.
What he said. Okay. You might be like, don't be on Discord. My tip would be don't have friends. Obvious distraction.
CC upgrade done. You remembered. Add-on finished up. You picked that one?
I assume there was a pause, otherwise that'd be a weird thing to just offer up.
CC upgrade done. You remember this time?
Okay. An armory. What is the armory for? What's the armory for? Hellbats. So the best... Committing this much to something like that against a player who's already going to play defensive. The best thing you can do against a Zerg who tries and fails to get early damage is get a better economy. Not to kill them. You're not going to kill them. It's very unlikely you're going to kill them. It's pretty unlikely you're going to do a lot of damage. But they can no longer hurt you. So instead of just rando depots and an armory, how about, I know this is going to sound crazy, a third command center? Have you ever seen a Terran versus Zerg where the Terran gets a third command center? I don't know. Okay, let me be more honest in my phrasing. Have you ever seen a Terran versus Zerg where the Terran doesn't get a third command center? Especially in pro matches in like the last 6 months.
Add-on complete.
Okay, so we're gonna go armory and fusion core. You're obviously going mech here. How do you plan to afford all this? Where are you getting this gas from? Also, just because he attacked you doesn't mean you can't wall off the front. This is a bitch move. This is what a bitch move looks like. This is, well, I don't really want to commit to walling the front, so I'm going to do whatever the fuck this is. Come on. This is like the inner silver player, afraid of sticking their neck out, but instead hiding so far in their shell that they never get anything done.
Your add-on is all.
Like, all you have to do is not die. Look at this guy. He's got a Spire and 2 Baneling Nests. All you have to do is not die. But if you go out of your way to try to get damage done, you know what's going to happen. Why are you building a Banshee? Why are we building a Banshee? Just in general, don't do Hellbats because Hellbats suck. And they're a waste of money. Just as a matter of principle. Like, you can get Hellbats as part of your army, but a Hellbat push...
Army under attack. Stim to win. You engage
like,
the enemy. On purpose?
As a matter of principle.
Mineral patch is gone, and it's not coming back.
Oh my god. Look at this wall. Oh, it's so painful. So why are we going for the weapon upgrade? You're building a Thor and a battle cruiser.
Oh, a follower.
Why are you going for mech weapons?
Is that all?
That zero Navy is
Hellbat
showing for
drops can be
26
nice.
months.
This
Be
isn't
sure
2013. They can no. Hellbat drops are not nice. 1, they require a Medivac. 2, you could have built Widowmind. If you haven't played since Legacy of the Void came out, then you might think that, though. Should go meet up with the Zerg player who didn't know what a Viper was. Your
add-on has been constructed.
So the summary is, the weapons upgrade doesn't really matter at all for Hellbats, Thors, and it literally does not affect the battlecruiser. So you're building the only units that don't care about the weapon upgrade. The Hellbats, the only upgrade that matters is Blue Flame. Okay? And also, Hellbats aren't for doing damage, really, not at this stage. Tanks? Sure. But you built a Thor and a battlecruiser, both of which cost more resources than a command center. Like, this is the army you put on the box.
Your army is under attack. Your upgrade is complete.
Okay. I have to retract my statement somewhat. While the armor upgrade is still better in this scenario. +2 Thors, 2-shot Mutas. Okay, so there isn't negligible value in the weapon upgrade. The +2 Thors against unupgraded Mutas.
You took all the minerals from that cluster, you thief.
But, by far the best option, which you easily could have gone for, was a third command center and then maybe the battlecruiser. The battlecruiser's fine. The Hellbats were terrible, and I hate them. But the battlecruiser was fine. That third command center should have already been done. Now you're in a weird scenario where he might actually have a better economy than you. You're probably still ahead, but there was no reason not to take advantage of the fact he couldn't kill you and get a third command center.
9 out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
Are Hellbats really that bad? Honestly, well, Terrans have mostly stopped doing it. I think a good buff to Terran would be removing the Hellbat from the game so they wouldn't be tempted to use it.
The enemy engaged your forces. Upgrade complete.
That's how I would buff Terran.
But at what cost?
Hellbats are so cool, you see? It's this kind of shit is why Terran players think they build these unit compositions. Like, oh my god, the big-ass robots and the ships and the flame boys. Like,
Upgrade is...
you see, look, in the one scenario where they stack up all of their drones and go directly into the flamethrowers, look how good they are.
All done. Your CC is now BCC, a better command center. Forces under attack. Avoid. GG.
He doesn't lose. I thought I picked a loss, did I? Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't. I picked a win. It was a solid win. But this shows you what a solid win looks like. He kind of just, like, the macro was better. This is another advanced platinum Zerg who's like, I made some Zerglings and now I have no fucking idea what to do. So at least we're beating those. But obviously there's more room for improvement. I picked it. He submitted the account. He's just won most of his recent games. Instead of getting one from Twitch chat, let's look at one of those TVT losses. The relatively quick games. Because losing in TVT in 8 minutes is actually quite common. And probably has to do with a build order mistake. Like, every mirror matchup, especially at the lower levels, well, at Diamond, it comes down to who actually does their build right. Like, everybody has a build, but usually one player does it better. It's not whose build is better, it's who does whatever the fuck their build is and gets close to the mark. Especially TVT, which is very much a chess game of how many Vikings? Where are the Vikings? Can I actually micro Raven? Let's be honest, can I micro Raven? No, one more time. Be very sure. I gotta... This is versus Falcon. Yes, this is the first game. I picked the first one because then you're not biased by the fact you've now played each other 3 times. the others were replays, so you actually like looked at the replay and went back to it.
Center,
Alright,
better than ever.
interesting.
Army under attack. Stim to win. Add-on is good to go.
The reactor, bold choice. I gotta go back. The details matter. The reactor is gaining popularity. I do think it loses outright if they just throw their Reaper at you, but if they miss micro at all, the reactor comes out on top. No, the danger is 2 Reapers to 1. That is the big danger. Like, if you lose the first Reaper, you're in a terrible spot because you have no unit. So you really, like, even more so than usual, you cannot lose the first Reaper. And again, that's most of TVT.
Oh, good.
Thank you, Gone
now
Fishing.
I have your attention.
Gone Fishing Rev 22 is chilling for 29 months.
Your army is under attack. Your add-on is all done.
I'm surprised they didn't bring the SCV. Okay.
The enemy engaged your forces.
So far, so good. Honestly, I mean, the build's good. At some point.
Your add-on has been constructed.
Okay. Now this is where things can go sideways. So you're adding a second Rax instead of just saving for a third CC. That's fine. No, it's time to leave. It's time to leave now. It's time to leave now. No, no, no. You're building a Cyclone. Why can't he have a Cyclone?
Forces under attack. Avoid.
Three Rax before orbital. Oh, did you catch the lack of orbital? No, that's just a mistake. That's a diamond mistake. I didn't catch it. There you go. Slipping. No, that's just straight up. Like, the build is not... Like I said, this is diamond. It's whoever does whatever the fuck their build is better. They're not going to do it perfect. Neither player. It doesn't matter how the builds stack up against one another, because neither player is going to do it near 100%. If you get to like 80-85%, you're probably already ahead. Like here. You did the start of the build about 80-85% of what you needed. Like the orbital was off. The add-ons are a little weirdly timed. I mean like the racks rather, not the add-ons. And then whatever the add-ons end up being on the racks. So you were doing great. And then you stuck around. Like he can build more units. So now we're in this. You delayed his command. You already have a command center. What? You delayed his command center. That's a win. Get the fuck out. Like, he's just gonna have more units, and he already has more than you.
Add-on complete.
Now this is how things go sideways so quick. But once again, back to my point. Look at this. So just don't overstay your welcome and focus on building whatever you want to build, because whoever does is going to be ahead.
Engage the enemy on purpose.
I'm stressing this because that is essentially TVT in a nutshell, more than any other matchup, though all matchups.
Army under attack. CC upgraded, but at what cost?
The Cyclone will hold the line.
Add-on finished up. Your base is under assault.
All right. I'm not a big fan of the 3 Rex before 3 CC, especially because let's think about it. How long until you get Medivacs? And even if you get Medivacs, like, we're just skipping Vikings. And if you're skipping Vikings, you're kind of relying on them having bad positioning. But once again, if this is your build, just focusing on doing it right.
Is good to go.
All right, so I want to draw your attention to the control groups. And then I want to think about, remember that question about whether we can micro the Raven? Your control groups are not inspiring confidence. And by that I mean the lack thereof of any control groups with any units in them. As soon as the Raven comes out, it should get its own control group. So that way this exact scenario doesn't happen.
Tip is chilling for 11 months.
This is how things fall apart to 2 Reapers. If he has an army outside your door, and why couldn't he? Why couldn't he? All we've seen is Reaper Hellion. Why couldn't he have 2 tanks, some Vikings, and be sitting outside your base? He's not. But this is how you lose probably 1 in 5 games. Is just the entire army chasing Reapers, and then, oh, surprise, there are siege tanks. The Raven on 7. Are you gonna try to convince? Either you have 7 rebound or you have wild hands. Like on 7? Is that?
Research finished, but I'm still waiting on Husk. You're at
Oh my god! All right, this is a disaster on both sides.
your research is complete.
Everybody's struggling to get those Ravens to do anything. So here we are. So the answer to can we micro the Raven was not really. Also, why that attack? Why are we doing this attack? Oh, okay, wait. This scan. He has 2 tanks. All right, let's do the chess match here. He has 2 tanks. We have 141 energy. So we have 1 interference matrix, soon to be 2. He has 8 Marines. We have slightly more Marines that will have stim in 5 seconds and combat shields in 10. So, in 10 seconds, we could disable both tanks, stim in with combat shielded Marines, and wipe the floor. Okay, that's what we just scouted with this scan. In 10 seconds, we're going to be at peak strength and have all we need to maybe do some damage. So what do? We count off 10 seconds and oh fuck, oh no, oh god, fuck, oh shit, well. That was literally 10 seconds before you were in a nearly best case. I'm not saying the attack was a good idea. Anyways, this should also tell you how shitty your build is. He has a 3rd command center done. You do not need stim nor combat shields in the first, like... I don't even know how to... It's way too early. There's a reason why every TVT is a Raven Viking battle. It's because until you get enough economy to actually support Marine production, Marines are kind of terrible. Marines without their fancy shields and without Medivacs to back them up are just liabilities. They die to unsieged tanks, as we saw there. Yet over here, with the focus on the key units of Ravens and tanks, easily beats a few stim Marines early because all they're doing is killing themselves. But what happened here was the classic, oh, there's a Raven! Slap the interference matrix and then have no damage. So the summary of your gameplay is you need to build a 3rd command center and stop punching yourself in the face.
The enemy engaged your forces.
Yeah, now you lose. To someone who has a 3rd. even after you delayed his Natra. Because what he probably did was build a third CC as he was defending his second, instead of trying to do some damage for no reason. Twitch GMs. Yuri's is actually, I don't know if you're GM right now, but he's close to it. Of course, most people don't know that, so you look like a fucking dick, but he is right.
GG. Next time.
You can tell because he's not subscribed. Nobody who's actually good subscribes to me. They're too busy actually playing StarCraft. The summary is, Ravens are good, tanks are good, Marines suck. It's interesting how you've decided in TVZ you went for the shittiest unit, Hellbats. And in TVT you went for the shittiest unit early, which is Marines. In a bit of a weird turn, Marines are actually one of the worst units to have in early game. It's not until you get like 80, 90, 100 supplies when Marines start to be useful again. Well, now that ruins it. Overall, for Diamond 2, I give it a C+. Between those two matches. The macro, like, your builds are not good. Your priorities are good. Like, your priorities are good for what your builds are. But the builds need work, which is a weird place to be. Usually Terran players are trying to copy Hero Marines so well, they forget to build a supply depot. But your problem is actually, like, you need to go back to the drawing board and rethink what kind of army you're trying to build in the first place. So, you for once we get a Terran who, it's a good thing. It's a good spice it up. But you need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And there's a reason. Terran doesn't get much variety. For better or worse. Like, there's a way to do things, and you can't really deviate much from it, especially in TVT, unless you want to go all in. What you've done is try to play a macro game, but ended up all in anyways, because you're building units that don't scale. It was alright. You gotta give it an alright. Like, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. So here we are. If you want to freestyle, go play Protoss. Alright? Like fucking 2 Void Rays into Disruptor Blink DT or some shit. I don't know. It's like, stop giving away all Zest builds. Or Max Packs. The top 2 Protoss in the world. We have Heliches, who is, in this case, wait, why does it say, I think you said it got the names messed up. It says GM, but it actually means like diamond, right? Why do you do reruns so often? Because did you know that almost half the day I'm not streaming? I know. Actually, statistically, it was almost 14 hours a day I wasn't streaming last year. If you divide all the streams over, assuming I never took any days off. So, yeah, it's over 50%. It's close. It's a little uncomfortably close, but... So, yeah, you're the Terran. Same Terran as was the opponent in the last game, right? Max Pack's top 2 Protoss, is that a spicy take? Let's see. Oh, wow, Showtime. I didn't realize Showtime... See, Showtime's so boring, nobody even remembers he's there. Alright, it's too standard. Nobody cares about standard Protoss. Get out of here. Never mind, I wasn't give Showtime his due. Yeah, Max Pax is actually 3rd. Behind Showtime and Zest. Showtime goes big. I don't know what that stands for, and I don't care to. You stream 10 hours a day? No, I don't stream 10 hours a day. Alright. I usually stream more, and then I take Thursdays off. Last year, statistically, I streamed 3,500 hours, which was a drop of over 200 from the year before, which works out to about 9.6 hours per day, assuming no days off. So. But yeah, usually more. Anyways, so yeah, max picks. And then, of course, like, top 5. So there's Maru, and then there's everyone else, is where we are right now. Welcome to StarCraft for... yeah. Wow. Maru's at 3376, Cyril at 3325, and then 140 drop. I don't know exactly the methodology here, and you can argue about math till the end of time, but it gives you a general idea. Where were we? Yeah, 2 toss in the top 10. This is a new record this year. Maybe we'll get 3 this year. I doubt it. Zest goes to the military this year. He's actually right on the edge of it. Like, it was a question of whether he'd actually attend IEM Katowice. But that, unfortunately, will likely be Zest's last major tournament. At least for a couple years, which really does suck. And he's making it dramatic, isn't he? Oh, wrong player. Terran. Buckethead.
Command center upgrade complete.
What I think is the Void Ray should always be charged up, and you should only be able to turn it off for 15 seconds. Instead of being charged up for 15 seconds out of a minute, it should always be charged, and that would actually be a nerf. Okay, now stick with me, because then it would move significantly slower. You see this? Yeah, there you go. This is why I should do all the... Okay. I'm looking, staring like, did you fuck anything up? Either good recovery with the 3rd CC, or that was a plan. It looks like you didn't miss any SCVs, so I can't even get mad about that. There you go. I got it. But I was watching. No drone comes without a cost.
Add-on complete.
We all saw that.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Your forces are under attack.
Fine. Banshee's fine. As long as you don't go microing it too much.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on.
In fact, the cloak is the real kicker here. Oh, what is this? What is this mule? Oh no. What? What just happened? Did you float the CC? Wait, what?
Your forces are under attack.
Was it a bad box?
Add-on.
Oh no, the box select shift click. Oh no. Disastrous. You did a box select on the SCVs and you caught a mule and shift clicked it before you realized. And that's why the mule is hanging out here. You ended up shift clicking it to the main, but unless it was intentionally moving to the main, which I have no idea what that would be. But otherwise, So far, pretty okay. Like, details are a little off, obviously, things like that, but the barracks are in a pretty time limit. How many SCVs? 40. Oh, the barracks probably could have been a little earlier. Engineering bays are up next. Haven't overdone the,
Complete.
there you go.
Research complete.
Oh god. Oh, I can see it. Oh, this moment here. Oh, I can see the struggle. Oh, there's a lot going on here. All right. Okay. Now you go over there. Now you build that. All right. Upgrades. Yes. Unfortunately, the other barracks are on the other side of the base. The idea is there.
Add-on
Supply.
complete.
Like, we're filling in a lot of blanks.
Complete.
It's starting to get a little, it's a bit of a mess. Also, oh, you hotkey separately. Wow. The production, that is. So, in my experience, hotkeying separately allows you more precision, like in rally points and all that. But in my experience, personally, and of Diamond players mostly who try it, they just don't build factory or starport units nearly as much as they should. They just don't hit the keys enough. So I'm more in favor of all production and then tabbing through, but we'll see. We're getting there. Yeah, there you go. Like, when it matters is when contact with the enemy happens. Not right now. Right now it's going to be fine. Nothing's happening. But when you have to fight and produce at a relatively same time. See, these Hellbats are fine. The armory was for upgrades. It's just the Hellion survived because he wasn't over microing. Fine. But now is why you're fucking Diamond. Okay? This is why you're Diamond. Everything was great until you stepped onto the creep. And now there's literally 0 units in production. It took 0 seconds from you stepping over the halfway mark of the map to stop producing anything. This is why you're Diamond. This is not go back to the drawing board and fix your build. This isn't a don't panic when your enemy has units. This is the most basic and hardest to fix thing, which is build units and spend your money. That's it. Because right now, you should be up 20 supply. Whenever you see, like, Maru have 30 supply more than a Zerg, you're like, how the fuck did that happen? Yeah.
Search. Your forces are...
So here's what's happened. This is why the production keys are a problem. Did you just see what you did? Look at what you did! You tried to produce. This is we're going to be watching closely to show you what happens. Selected all of this. You move your fucking camera over to the starport. Okay. Now think about it. What's the hotkey for Medivacs, which you obviously need? Tell me the hotkey, anybody. Not 6. No, it's D. It's D. Okay. I'm starting comment. No, shut the fuck up. What is the hotkey for Marauders? It's also D. So what happens?
Your forces.
Queuing up 3 Marauders and 0 Marines. 3 Marauders, 0 Marines. just ignoring the rest of production. 0 Medivacs, 0 Marines, 0 factory units, 0 SCVs, 0 anything but Marauders and combat shields, which means you are very close to 0 effectiveness. On the very least, you did get combat shield. So obviously this production scheme, whatever it is, partially it's you forgetting to produce at all. But 2, this is why I recommend. Now, would putting all the production on one key work and help? I don't think this is an example of that. This is just an example of how quickly things go wrong. You didn't even fight. We weren't even fighting. We were just not even... Well, the camera was just off the base. That's all that happened. And immediately things start going wrong. There's the production. Like, you don't need to go back to the base with your camera. The entire point of having different production keys is so you don't have to go all the way back to your base and look at it. But, oh, come on. This is defeating the whole purpose. You've lost time you could be pressuring. Where did the original Medivacs end up? Oh, guys, we found the number. If you remember from our Terrans earlier, remember the number? What number are we going to get supply blocked at and forget to build depots because we're slowly trading out units and it feels like we're not supply blocked? The number is 141. That's the number. It's not 132. How does it end up at 141? Is it because of the 3rd CC? I think. Yeah, 3rd CC throws it a little... Wait, no. Shouldn't it be 140? Why is it 141? Huh. What was different in the other one? Did he not have a 3rd? And it was just depots? Maybe. No, but supply drops are 8 apiece. They're just an extra depot. They don't give an odd amount of supply. Am I? No, I understand that it's 9 more than 132. Command centers give 16, right? $15. Is it 15 and I don't know this? 15. Yeah, there it is. It's the 3rd CC. So, wow. So that invalidates everything I've ever said. Oh, it starts at 50. Yeah. You're right. Can we build some Medivacs? So yeah, this is why you're diamond. This is it. In production, you have the full production should at all times be somewhere around what 6, 8, 10 Marines, a Marauder, 10 or 11 Marines, a Marauder, a couple Medivacs, and a couple mines. So you should be every 30 seconds or so producing something around 25 to 30 supply of units. Right now you've got 9. If it ever feels like you don't have enough supply to deal with the Zerg, maybe the problem is not what's in front of your face, but what's behind it.
Mineral field depleted.
This is the hardest part of Terran, but it's also what makes Terran so insanely strong. Like, Terran, you don't get to think. You shouldn't be thinking. Every time you think, it's taking away from doing exactly the same thing Terrans have always done, which is build Marines, Marauders, and Medivacs, and then filling in some factory units. You don't get to decide when to build drones or units. You don't have to decide what kind of splash damage you want to fuck up the Terran with. That's for Protoss and Zerg. Terran players need to Marines, Marauders, Medivacs, and factory units. Upgrades, SCVs, same thing, every time, every game. Keep doing it, never stop, or you die. And every time you stop, you're at risk of dying because you've just lost out on... You've lost forever the opportunity to build that supply. Because of how Terran production works, you can't bank it up. You can't pop out 10 Marines because you were supply blocked. You can't bank up 10 barracks. It doesn't work. You've got... Never stop! And every time you stop, you're putting yourself at greater risk of losing. Of course, you're also at risk of losing because the enemy kills you. You can't just sit there and let them kill you, obviously. But 9 times out of 10, especially at this level, it's much more important to focus up there than it is to focus right here. Some people say that makes StarCraft a boring, and not necessarily boring, but a needlessly anxiety-inducing mechanical carpal tunnel simulator. And to that I say, suck it up or pick Protoss.
Research complete. Mineral field depleted.
So, you see what's happened here. You see the rally point of the command centers? Things are going wrong. It looks like the number is going to end up being 149.
KronkTTv to 309 just donated $15. Hey, trying to improve. Got any tips for me?
So, this is where Select Army would almost be better. We've hotkeyed in the command centers with the army, and the rally point keeps resetting with it. Now Ultras exist, which complicates things a bit. 6 Medivacs, that's the number. Once you get 6 Medivacs, especially if they don't have anti-air, Liberators. You just start building Liberators. You have the production time, you have the money, Liberators. Having 4 Liberators is much better than having 4 more Medivacs. You do have, like, you don't have to think. Just know, like, it's like an analog, like a mechanical thing. 6 Medivacs, switch gears, Liberator. Less than 6 Medivacs, if less than 6 Medivacs, build Medivacs. If 6 or more Medivacs, build Liberators.
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Add-on complete.
So, the starport production, the one unit you should be building at this stage is Liberators. The one building you're not using is the starport. So,
Your command center upgrade.
the starport, if you're desperate, put the starport on 5 and the barracks on 7.
Your forces are under attack.
There. Just switch them up, so maybe that way you'll actually use it.
Your forces are completed.
All we need is him to complain about how Zerg is an A-move race when he's over here microing instead of building any Liberators.
Your forces are under attack.
You might be like, Winter, he's building Corruptors now. Yeah, there's been a solid 13 minutes with no anti-air besides Ravagers. Also, this is still going surprisingly well because Marines, Marauders, and Medivacs are the best unit composition in the game.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Research complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Unfortunately, now the Medivacs are dead, which means this is the typical, like, well, I did build Liberators, Winter. Yeah, you did. A solid 3 minutes too late, after Corruptors killed all your Medivacs. This happens so much. It happens to me, too. Like, I build Liberators, and it's like, oh, now you have Corruptors.
Your forces are
But
exhausted.
The idea is to have 6 Medivacs and then build Liberators, not to waste all your units just to get a few Liberators out. Honestly, you should already be dead, but he didn't build any Vipers, because Vipers take micro. Oh my god. He built Infestors, which is quite a choice.
Oh, good. Now I have
GG.
your attention.
Seen your last
What was that?
chilling for 1 month.
Like higher diamond. It was good with the classic mistakes. Like, the build was good. It did not survive contact with the enemy. It's like a B-. Like, you could easily, with very few adjustments, have won that game. The adjustments being, instead of trying to stutter step against Ravagers with uncombat shielded Marines, just building 20 more Marines and 2 Medivacs. Like, and then winning, probably. Like, it was like a pretty decent Maru build, but maybe copy Maru's build. Don't try to copy his micro. Just, it's not going to go well. If you just have the build, you're already most of the way there. The details only matter against someone like Grandmaster. Yes, more shit counters less shit. Thank you. That's a wise statement. Oh my god, we still have way too many. Shy guy. Yeah, if you get in late, you just get less focus and less time. Because then I look at it, I'm like 3.5 hours and we still have like 6 more. So, at least, maybe more. Is mine in there? Yes, one of them. It says DVT where I struggle with multitasking against drops. Have you tried punching him in the fucking face? Did you see? That was a diamond player. Did you see how much money he was banking up when the idea of attacking happened? That was a high diamond Terran. You think the Terran you're facing is multitasking better? Okay, you didn't stare at the Reaper. Yeah, you still did anything while the Reaper was on your screen. So, there you go. First test passed. Oh, you did forget Ling Speed. Fuck. You're right. That's kind of a big one. Yeah, never mind. You forgot Ling Speed. It should have already started by the time the Reaper showed up. Yeah, it should have started... Well, did the Reaper pop in right as you should have started Ling Speed? Let's see. No, it should start right now. The second you have the gas is when it should start. Good point. Correct. Wasn't that late. Still late.
Is under attack.
Okay. So, now the Terran is going to show up with any number of units. Here's going to be the key point. Don't overmake Lings, and also don't do nothing. It's just Hellions and a Reaper. And we should be getting some form of spore crawlers by 420 or so, which is when like a liberator or something could be coming in. Now, 8 lings is... Okay, fine. Was that all the larvae you had? No. Okay. And you actually built too many overlords. And that's almost as bad as not building enough. Once again, not too many, but the details do matter a bit. So 8 lings, fine. That's actually a reasonable amount. Enough so that if he tries to come by, you can punish him for it without trying to chase him down. Well, I'll allow 12, but I'll be a little less happy about it. That is pushing it. Only because you built drones as well. Baneling nest. Like, I can't deal with these drops, and also I just built a bunch of roaches. Which don't hit up. Neither do banelings, but it lends itself to hydras a lot more. Okay, alright. This is an old school Platinum Zerg. Old school, like, a few years ago, the average Platinum Zerg was not just a straight-up reactionary donkey, but instead was trying too hard to be like Scarlet or Cyril. I don't know what's changed. Maybe those players just got to Diamond or something. What I mean is focusing so much on the details, you're missing the forest for the trees. Creep spread, Overlord spread, Marmalade spread, all of this. Like, your Overlords are going to be perfectly positioned. You're going to nail those inject, but at some point, like, are you going to get upgrades? Like, you missed the Evo chambers. Unless you're going to go for a Spire, in which case I question the Roach Warren. But you got 356 gas, and you're going to have literally no way to spend it. So, while we got most of the details, we kind of missed the key point. Alright, he has Marines. Which... Okay. That really narrows down the... Okay, shut the fuck up and get the fuck out. Right. That was a waste of money. So those Evo chambers should start by the time the lair... Like, halfway through the lair finishing. How about that? Or, if you can't remember that, when you start the lair. Or just one... Oh, come on. What are we, rationing? Also, there should have already been spore crawlers. What are these fucking lings for? 1, what are control groups? 2, why did you... What are these... Like, so not only are you going to lose drones to Hellions, but you also lost drones to building lings that would just sit there and watch while you lose drones to Hellions. The fuck is this? And on top of all of that, you're banking up 1,200 minerals. You're sitting there in terror. This is why you lose to drops, because I assume you watch them come in, murder 10 drones, you're like, oh shit. That is not the correct reaction. That is not even the correct reaction for someone reacting to a TikTok. What the fuck is this? What are they doing? You finished a lair. We're sitting here with a spore crawler in production. Nine drones died, and then the lings come in like, now's my time to shine. Except they die because you didn't even catch him on the creep. And now you lose the lings. Now you're probably going to build more lings. 4 lings, okay, and then some drones. But, like, these are I guess they're not unforced errors. These are just regular old errors. Like, you had every opportunity. You knew it was so for all that fucking creep spread and Overlord spread and Marmalade spread, what's the point of creep spreading? What the fuck is the point? What are you doing here with this creep spread? Why are you bothering? The Hellions came in, you saw them coming, you had plenty of opportunity, and you fucked it up anyways. Why are you bothering with this when you could be spending your money on, like, roaches or 4 spine crawlers or some shit? Because at least static defense is about your speed. Now we're getting, like, all these things. The speed and the +1 attack you could have got a minute ago. It's soothing spreading creep. Go play co-op on normal.
Mineral
Play Stukov. Then you don't even have to do anything.
field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
So now he has units, which is pretty crazy, but that usually does happen. You can't just go up to 70 drones after losing drones and getting everything. Like, it's too slow. The fact it took 7 minutes to get here. You should expect an attack of some sort. Oh, by the way, how much money do you think? By the way, this isn't drops. This is he walked across the map with the same shitty units we saw from the Diamond Terran, except he took longer and he has more money banked up. He doesn't have shit for upgrades. I guess at least he does have a medevac or two with it. But all you need to do is spend your money. Whoever is able to get anywhere close to spending their money. I guess on the bright side for both these players, they have the money to spend. The downside would be if they were so shitty at building workers, they didn't have any money because they had like 18 workers and they're just all in. So we got past that. Whoever, look at it. Look! 1,100 minerals, 1,600 minerals. You both could have 120 to 130 supply. Imagine if it was 130 to 90 supply. Who's winning? Even a Twitch chat grandmaster could tell you that in a pro match. But here, both players could, they should, but they don't. And this is why you lose. It doesn't matter what you need to build. Roaches, by the way, not a good choice. Roaches is not a good choice. In general against Terran. I get it. Like, well, if you're gonna build roaches, you build them early and often. But roaches are not good. At least they don't cost as much as stalkers, but they don't really do anything except in huge numbers. Roaches are aptly named. What do you fucking micro? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. If you come to me and tell me that Terran is out multitasking you, oh my god. Like, he hasn't built a marine since the Korean War. At this point, you just need to build, like, fuck off with the creep spread. No more creep spread. You get to build one creep tumor at a time. You pick one direction, that's the way you go. Literal, oh my god. I want to turn it off because the Terran is so bad and you're still losing. Like, I want to turn it off because this is your opponent and you're sending me this. Jesus Christ.
Complete.
Don't go scout. Fuck off. Worry about your damn self. Build some hydras. Oh, creep spreading, yes. Well, you did spend your money at least this time. Well.
Mineral field depleted. Evolution complete. Mutation complete.
There's that Hydra Den. Like, you could have built a you literally have had the money for a Hydra Den for the last 5 minutes. You had a lair for the last 5 minutes. If you're going to build, like, the reason you don't see pros build these buildings just like off the bat is because they're actually spending their money. But it's better to have it and not need it. Now, this doesn't go for ultimate. Like, you don't get 10 spine crawlers and you're like, well, I have the 10 spine crawlers just in case. That is different. But all you have to do is spend 150 minerals and 100 gas on a Hydra Den. It takes another 2 minutes to get the upgrades to make the Hydras that useful anyways. So you might as well, if you do plan on going Hydras, which there are two options. Option 1, you didn't plan on going Hydras, which was stupid. Option 2, you did, which was less stupid, but incompetent because you just now started the Hydra Den. So pick one. Tell me which one it is.
Depleted.
So, like, why do you bother with all this creep spread? Jimmy, show him. Anything stick out to you? Any key points that might become relevant in the near future? Anyone? Big attack to the north. Anything else? Anything else? So, I can't solve this. I have no tip for this. There's nothing I can tell you besides, like, I don't know, set a fucking metronome or something. But I don't know the best way to train this. But you gotta see this. You set yourself up to see it. But since there was no notification, you didn't look at the minimap, you looked at the notification. Like it's your fucking phone or something. This is the obviously most important thing. You saw, how long has it been on the screen? Not that long. But you see it here. I don't know how to solve this, but your eye needs to see. This is the hardest part of one of the hardest parts of StarCraft. But you gotta see it. It's there. It's there for you to see. But there's a full 10 plus seconds where you have no idea it's there.
He's under attack.
Yeah, you are not looking. Have you changed your scroll speed on your camera, by the way? Have you changed it to not be the default of 20%? Oh, mine's off. Because that was a slow scroll there.
He's under attack.
Yeah, this is... You can't play with roaches if this is how... This is your minimap awareness. You're going to lose to... Like, look, he is not maxed out. He could be. His upgrades aren't great. But he did what every fucking wannabe Maru does, which is just a random drop for reason... There's no way he timed this out for your army being halfway across the map. Fuck no. All he did was at some point put enough neurons together to load up into a couple Medivacs and send them to your main. That's all that happened. It could happen at any time. There are 2 Medivacs on the field. There is no method to the madness. So he just got kind of lucky. But here we are. And you had a solid 15-20 seconds to react, and so far you've done nothing. This is why I say Terrans are mechanics. Because once they start thinking, like, what is this timing? He did not see the army. He is not like he's halfway across the map. Let's look at the Danny cam. His name's fucking Danny, okay? Nobody above 3K MMR names himself shit like this. It's like he goes by Daniel, but in game he's Danny. All right. These Medivacs have been sitting over here for. It has been a 1-minute process. He actually made a pit stop over in the corner. Ah, yes. This is the Danny cam. This is what you're dealing with.
New technology researched.
I put this out here because I think at this point, this is one of those games where the Zerg player is once again in their own head way too much and severely overestimating the capabilities of their opponent. Right now, this is not some sick multi-pronged attack. It's literally taken him 90 seconds to set up 4 Medivacs out on the map. And he didn't bring any siege tanks because that's way too fucking complicated.
Cluster expended.
You need to understand. There is, like, it's not timing. It's just understanding this is a possibility and reacting to it. He does not see where the army is. He knows nothing. It comes in. There's a 28% chance it comes in at a good timing. you just need to be prepared to deal with. And this is part of why I build my lair, my Hydra Den, and most of my tech at my natural, because if they do get a fucking lucky drop-off, they don't kill half your tech tree, or more. So, just something to also keep in mind. Yeah, you have to see it. You have, like, there's no solution here besides you have to see it. Oh my god, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. Like, it's already killed all the drones and the Hydra Den. Oh my god. Honestly, by the time you move out on the map, probably a couple spores and spawn. If you're gonna play Roach, well, this is just Roach. If you're gonna play Roach, Geralt, then you gotta be prepared for anything that goes behind you. Like, the spores and spines on your outlying base. I like the very optimistic. Oh my god. Also, maybe try using, if not control groups, maybe try not selecting the entire army. How about that? Instead of, like, I'm not even asking you to use control groups. I'm just asking you to box select. That's it. Oh my god. I can't believe this guy dropped in the most likely possible place he could ever drop. It looks like we're finally inventing box select. You missed. Oh my. Is he gonna go to the main? Oh, this he's living. He's gonna send this shit in like, how did you like my multitasking? I'm gonna turn it off the second he hits 2,000 minerals 8 minutes ago. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. Sweet G. I like the fuck it. Well, maybe if you built anything but roaches, you wouldn't be in this scenario. See, this is what happens. It's like, well, I literally don't have the mental capabilities to deal with these drops, so... Okay, simmering down. We've gone too far. Thank you, Light of Pain. Wow, this was... I guess it doesn't matter how much he has in the bank if 40 supply of Medivacs is enough to win the game.
Light of Pain Zero has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
There are GMs who died just... Well, yeah, like anything that exploits the severe lack of ability to use control groups that every Zerg from here to Loco uses. Like, it... The thing is, he never went above 106. His number was 166 or so. Maybe he went a little above, but he never maxed out. He could have been maxed out for 5 minutes. You gotta use control groups. You gotta build not just roaches. You gotta look at the minimap. And if you gotta keep sending me $15 for me to tell you all of that, well then, at least one of us will benefit. So, honestly, that's like a C. That is like, you built a lot of stuff, but you missed some huge points and had a mental breakdown when any medevac showed up. So, like, the fact you maxed out at all gives you platinum, but everything else keeps you there. I gotta say, even though you understood the issues, it's still shame on you. Shame on you.
Shame. Shame.
It feels bad.
Shame.
And on the Terran. I'm adding one just for the Terran. Because shame on him too. Stupid fuck. See, it's those extra shame. It's shame on you because now he's gonna keep doing that and thinking he's good. That's the worst part. That if nothing else, it's another Terran player who's over there like, oh my god. Oh, I'm pretty much Maru. I don't even know why I'm not done. Fucking Protoss. Like, that is the real shame.
Donation confirmed.
It's Gray 333 just donated $15. 1.
Okay, we gotta raise the price. It's too many. There's too many. It's 4 hours. My voice is not gonna last. It's 25 now. Did we have to clown Danny like that? No. We wanted to. We got Bob, and then we got Sirtomw, and then we got Sirtomw again. He donated twice with the same game, so I don't know if that was intentional, but I didn't have to say that. I just noticed it. HonorableMacroTerran, AbsolutHenne, KronkTTv. Oh my god, there are too many. And then It's Gray. Oh my god. Ah. Anyways, we got Bob. Bob's up now. Diamond, Protoss. Behold my tiny Protoss brain. Okay. You won't believe how small my brain is. Unlike you, I can comprehend it, I think. I wouldn't put you as a great judge. What about mine? I said yours. Did I not say yours? You got one. Dash. It's all blending together. Not that I can guarantee any sort of quality here, but I never did. You try just watching StarCraft for 4 hours straight and maintaining focus, let alone trying to pay attention and come up with commentary / even worse, playing. Come on! And we got like another hour and a half at least. Even if I'm kind of speeding. Fuck. Fuckery.
Your base is crumbling under enemy attack.
I think the Twilight is a risky choice against a 1 base. I like the Stargate a lot more. Of course, it's not guaranteed to be a 1 base, but thank you, Shy Guy. Danny should thank you. Well, it's a Widowmine drop, and probably with an armory on 1 base. Because... So, you need to build a robo now. Or a Stargate, but probably a robo. Right now. Not Blink. Not more assimilators. What the fuck? Why are you scouting? What is the point of scouting? What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish by scouting your opponent? You saw what he's doing. If it isn't a Widowmine drop, it's like a tank push or something. Either way, a robo should be first priority. Blink is no longer great here. It's the 2nd game in a row. Okay. Last one is a Thor. Even then, why would you build a fucking robo? Like, Thors beat everything kills stalkers, including Thors. That is no excuse. Anything that comes out of the factory, you're probably gonna need something out of a robo. Okay. When you spend this much on well...
Research complete, but have we learned anything?
It should be Twilight, and then when you confirm 1 base, robo. Before blink, before anything. Especially if you suspect shenanigans.
You engage.
Okay, we have to do this again, like... Huh. I wonder if there's anything we should be worried about. I don't know. We built those spotter pylons. That was a good idea.
It's the enemy? On purpose?
He saw it. I guess it helped. So, before spotter pylons, we should build more gateways, though. That is the summary. Like, this assimilator was a waste of minerals. These pylons are not as good at shooting widow mines as stalkers are. Like, you're busy countering. You see it. All right, now you see it. Even if it was a Thor drop, which would be hilarious, and it is going to be, like, you've still now spent a couple hundred minerals on things that are in no way going to help deal with the actual problem. If he had expanded and gone for a widow mine drop, spotter pylons are good. But at this point, you built an like, what is the assimilator for? Because, one, that just indicates you're not dealing with the problem. Like, you've got problems now because of it. That assimilator delayed additional gates. The extra, I'd say 2 pylons, but at least 1, delayed additional gates and a robo. Like, you just don't have any units. He's on 1 base. Oh, no.
Research is done. Your force army under attack. They're not immortals, but, well...
Why the fuck you think you can get a robo bay? Build the stalker. Now is the time you build the fucking stalkers. You're over here building the entire tech tree. Build another immortal and some stalkers. What the fuck? Build units. Like, now you have it. He's taken so long that you have it. But you're over here like, what is a robo bay? The fuck? You have blink stalkers. No, warp in! You have the warp ins! Oh, your supply blocked. Oh my god. Well, I mean, I don't know if you came here for me to tell you don't get supply blocked, but don't get supply blocked. The fuck? I'm not convinced the disruptor is the winning strat, but who knows, maybe. Kill the SCVs. Thor Ragnarok.
Your base
It's
is
time.
under attack.
I kind of love the Terran build. It's only working because there just weren't nearly enough units when there should have been. But like, if there were 3 more stalkers, or even 6 more stalkers because of how long it took to deal with the supply block, I think, like, the best way to deal with this is before it gets a foothold. Now it's a problem. It's a big problem. It's a hilarious problem. Yeah, disruptors. No, I think blink stalkers were fine. Like, I'm not saying with the early game on getting a robo, don't get blink. I'm saying you need a robo, more gates, and blink. Blink is not the top priority. It is something you fill in after making sure you have, like, detection. Against one base specifically, not against someone who's
Army under
expanded.
attack. Select all and pair.
Oh god. This is like, what do we call it? The 1-1-1 all-in from like Wings of Liberty. The tank push that took like 16 minutes to kill you, but you could never get out of your base because they were sitting right outside your front door. Those were rough days.
Enemies in your base, looking for your Artosis pylons. You took all the minerals from that cluster,
You mine out way faster in Legacy of the Void.
you thief.
What? There was a name. I keep forgetting the name of it. It's a little late for the disruptor hits. Okay, so you have blink stalkers. You blink out of the base. Now that you're cowering up your ramp. It's at this point, it's like, well, you're kind of locked in your, you blink out of the base, you cut off reinforcements. But it is a disaster. Yeah, the Nexus could and should have been held. This is a disaster now. Honestly, at this point, I think the Terran has to fuck up. I think it's over. Otherwise, because the Terran can float their command center, which feels like it might actually be the defining characteristic.
Base is under
Rarely
attack.
does that become
Do
relevant.
you recall? Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, at this point, the counter was dealing with it early on. That sounds like shitty advice, but we are well past the point of dealing. Once it's one base versus one base, the Terrans will drag you down and beat you with experience and also mules.
Enemies in your base, looking for your Artosis pylons. Research finished, but I'm still waiting on high-tech auto-track. Mind out of that cluster. You have engaged the enemy.
Well, this is gonna be real sad. This is really sad.
Just another replay to send in.
Well, yeah, DTs are probably almost certainly better than RoboBay. But overall, it was mostly just not having nearly enough units when it started, making it difficult. Thank you, FFT Private, gifting the Scorpion.
Scorpion was chilling for 6 months.
Thank you for the generosity. How you doing? Oh yeah, Bob. I don't think this is small brain. This is like, you're not large or small. You're just mediocrely sized brain. Okay, nothing special. This is just everything. Nothing was great. Nothing was terrible. Just mediocre. So, could have been any diamond play. Let's see. I mean, could have gone either way for a bit there. Not even a B for Bob? No! A B would have been at least making an effort to cut off reinforcements, or shut down the attack before it started, or not kind of teching yourself into a corner by going RoboBay. A C is, I guess this is the way I'm dealing with it, and even though it's failing, I'm just going to keep going down this road. Honestly, you don't get leeway. It was alright, like that was a boring alright, but... Sirtomw. Why not go Immortals? Because Disruptors are cooler. We've already established this. Sirtomw is a Diamond Terran. who dies to what looks to be a one-base battlecruiser build. Let's enjoy. Yeah. Void Rays would even been good. If he had opened Stargate and had Oracles, I think Void Rays are fine. Like, but the Stargate would have helped shut down the Widow Mines, and the Widow Mines are what required all the issues in the first place. Since he didn't open, like, reacting with Void Rays, I think, is kind of terrible. But it's fine if you've already got a Stargate and you've shut down the mine drone. Yeah, the Void Rays counter Thors pretty well, but once again, okay. Tom is a diamond. I main Protoss, but I'm trying to get good at Terran. Okay. So Tom is in the red. So whatever this is not going to be a particularly standard TVT. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Because he sent out 2 SCVs before Depot, which is quite a commit. So in this case, what should happen is you build 1 Reaper and then win the game. Because he will have 0 Reapers because he has no barracks. I don't think that's what happens. And also, 1 Reaper is not going to win the game. It's going to kill like 4 SCVs and put you way ahead. And also, you can't necessarily know or expect him to not have any barracks. And also, you need to mine 1 out of 3 in gas. But you got 1 out of 3 in gas, so I'm going to give you 1 out of 3 strikes. Which, like, you just... As Protoss, do you not need to put 3 out of 3 in gas for your build? Like... Is that how it works?
Your forces are under attack.
No, I rally to gas. Okay. I mean, you can technically do that. Reactor first is not great.
Upgrade.
Also, losing your SCV to another SCV. Not ideal. Okay. Like... You said you were a diamond Protoss. Okay, well. You lost the SCV. You're not building the command center. You don't have a second depot. You just sat there doing nothing and then built a... it's... all like, at least you built an orbital. So the ostensible point of Angry Coach is to actually fucking learn something. Now, I know most of you just have it as background noise to pretend that you still play StarCraft when you were Diamond and Wings of Liberty and have been riding off that for a decade. But, ostensibly, it's to actually learn. And we are, with 2 strikes here, reaching the point where it would be better for me to turn off the replay and say, fix everything up to this point, instead of actually going on and pretending like any other part of the game is the issue. Because if you can't make it to the 2-minute mark without losing an SCV to an SCV, like, there's nothing I can tell you. This is utterly and completely unacceptable. Even in Silver League, this is unacceptable. There are... on its face, it's not a build. It's not even... like a good recovery for a build. It's just, you failed. You have failed. In every way.
Add-on complete.
Oh my god. If that SCV died, I was turning it off, so lucky you. 100% it was gone. We were done. I was hoping it did. So... with that SCV and the map control it bought, the opposing Terran is now going for the bingo build. He now has 3 command centers in production. And the beauty of this is because your build is so utterly terrible, you will have no chance to punish him. If this was 2 Reapers, you still could go across and win the game. But if your opponent is able to get 4 command centers and feel like he's still comparable to you, well, like I said, there are probably larger issues. This made me sad to see his play. Did you look at the replay before sending it in? On high speed. Alright. So, here's another tip. Is the command center is about 2 depots. We learned not quite. Very close. Yeah, it's called a build order, not a build stew. Order implies you do one thing after another. You don't just throw it all in there and hope that whatever comes out works.
Forces are under attack. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Looks like that cyclone is real tucked in there.
Add-on complete.
It looks like we're getting to some semblance of sanity. Yeah, the details fucking matter. You can't just yada 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 to the 5-minute mark. The first 5 minutes are more important than the rest of the minutes. But because of the nature of humans and people on the internet, you skip to when the actual fighting happens or what the unit No! Building SCVs at the right time, building supply depots, building command centers, and building anything in the first 5 minutes is exponentially more important than, do I add in a few marauders or do I stick with mostly No! So obviously what's happened here is we've just kind of glossed over the entire early game. And skip. Oh, 3 racks, a factory, and a starport. Okay. Yeah, you got that. Thank you, Techie.
Add-on complete.
Okay.
Add-on complete.
So he has tanks and a bunker. Should we attack directly into them? Tanks can turn. Like, they can turn the turret and aim in other directions. Fun fact. Did you know that?
Your forces are under attack.
Slipped around behind it. So I think he's going battle cruisers.
Research complete.
Counter to battle cruisers is Vikings. And or upgraded Marines. Or more battle cruisers.
Research complete.
Alright, everyone. Another big test. What is this small... What are these icons in the corner of my screen? I see it. You see it. Why didn't you just drop the fucking Marines on it? What, do those Marines have scheduled leave coming up? You scouted it with a Medivac that had Marines in it.
Mineral field.
It's not a planetary even. What a greedy bastard.
Mineral field. Your forces.
Oh, he did jump the battle cruisers in. I didn't think about that. Obviously, neither did you. It didn't matter anyways, because now more Marines died.
Upgrade complete.
Magfield Accelerator is pretty nice against battle cruisers with cyclones. Not that cyclones are necessarily the most reliable thing. Rare to find that upgrade in TVT being useful, but this is it. This is the scenario. So you're up 75 supply right now. He's over there building as many command centers as he is battle cruisers.
Your forces are under attack.
Despite your best efforts, you're incredibly far ahead. Honestly, you need a build order. You need to get through the first 5 minutes. Past that, besides the awkward medevac attack, which wasn't even that bad, this isn't terrible. The first 5 minutes were horrible. They were like worse than Silver League. But the rest has been pretty solid Diamond.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Upgrade complete. Mineral field
So he's taking the
depleted.
rest of the bases, but you're kind of just killing all his shit. So there's also that. Like, now you don't want to base trade battle cruisers because they can teleport.
Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack.
You don't want to not base trade battle cruisers either, because if you've started base trading and they're in your base, coming back is a like by the time, yeah,
Your forces are under attack. Is under attack.
no, they're just gonna teleport.
Upgrade complete.
You could also build battle cruisers as well.
Your forces are under attack.
Pro tip: just because he built them doesn't mean you can't build. Though he does have pretty sick upgrades now.
Under attack.
Yeah, running all the way back only for him to fly away. Not even teleport, just fly away. While chasing him down with units that have less range than battle cruisers. It ain't it. The answer is to just A-move his base as well. Because you can rebuild your units quicker. So,
Your forces are under mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
yeah, that's it's a little rough. The thing is, you had all the tools. You were actually in a pretty good position, if only because he was kind of trolling. The build was a disaster, and the ending was a disaster, but the middle part was okay. It was pretty good. So we're gonna say low diamond or so. This is like it's a B- for this Terran sandwich. Like, I think you'll make it in diamond. Once you can make it through the first 5 minutes without delaying your command center by 2 minutes because you lost an SCV to an SCV. What the fuck? Like, I wish you had lost the second so I could just turn it off. That would have given us probably a more accurate impression. I'm just gonna... It's still a shame on you. Shame on you.
Shame.
You see, the Protoss player comes in. You can't just freestyle it.
Shame.
How do you know a Protoss playing Terran? Well, there you go. Maybe I should learn a build. You got half a dozen diamond Terrans over here like... I knew it. Thank you, Tom. Dashhy, a diamond. Zerg.
Adun Toridas.
He's dead, Jim.
No, not... Okay, well... Here we are. Gave me some intense deja vu, because I think we watched a Zerg player who did the Star Patrol on this map, in these positions, earlier tonight. Different Zerg. No, you do the star because a heart is way too difficult. Take skill. These are Zerg players, all right.
The enemy
The trackball is hard to control.
has engaged your brood in combat.
Okay. No gas.
The enemy assaults your hive cluster. Your forces are under attack. Your base is under attack. The enemy.
That gas, I don't mind this. I don't mind it. I don't mind the no gas. I think a lot of people get Zergling speed and then they feel obligated to build Zerglings, and that goes downhill.
Your forces are under attack.
Of course, the downside is this, which is not spreading enough creep despite your queens and then losing drones because of it. Alright, well, here we are again, defining Diamond League in none steps or less. Yeah, so there you go. Here we are. We've seen enough of this. Really getting the whole, really driving the point home. Whoever solves that quicker. I mean, well, the Zerg is closer to solving. I'll give some credit to Dashhy here. Definitely closer to solving that than the Terran, who's microing his heart out with 6 Hellions and then remembering he might have to build other units. There starts. Now. Now. Oh, that was piercing. Now. Okay. Spore crawlers. Now. It's already way late. In fact, there should have already been spores. You're lucky you didn't build a Liberator. And that's all it is luck. You had no scouting. There could have been a Liberator or a Banshee or even worse, a battle cruiser. Lack of spores is just gambling unintentionally.
The enemy has engaged your brood in combat.
Yeah, it's just for, like, it could have easily... This is going to end up in the majority of your games. I'd say the majority of games. There's a Liberator, or a Banshee, or a Battle Cruiser, or even, like, some sort of early drop for some reason. At 420 about. Or at least a couple spores. Yeah, the Hellions are a tell. This guy went for... His build is terrible. As we already saw. Look at how much gas. He has so much gas. Once again, complaining about the Terran being incompetent, making the Zergs look good. Or better than they should. Or vice versa. But he should have had starport units. He just didn't. Like,
Evolution complete.
so that was something that you should have been punished for. But overall, 66 drones. 1-1. Hydroden didn't completely forget about it. 4 bases. Not too much focus on creep spread, which is fine because you're already struggling to spend your money.
Your mutation has completed.
Okay, so where's his army? This is the point. As you're getting a 4th, now you have to ask, where's his army? It's 7 minutes. Where's his army? You're getting a 4th. You're building more drones. Where's his army? It should be here somewhere.
Your brood has developed a new mutation.
And if it's not, figure out where it's going. And if it's sitting in his base, well, good for you. You figured it out. Where's his army?
The enemy.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna... No, I'm gonna... It's nice of him to attack something. If he had just run by into the natural, he would have slaughtered like 20 drones. But once again... the mini-map exists. I wish I had a better tip other than look at it. Like maybe the metronome thing. I don't know. I just don't even register myself looking at it. I don't even think about it. That's only a little bit of a humble brag, because it's so ingrained I don't even think about it. Like,
Assaults your high cluster. Your brood descends upon the enemy.
gonna build those hydras. There you go. So right now at 150 supply minute, you got 80 drones. Let's build some spores and spines. You're going for the unenthusiastic hand job composition. You got your roach hydra. Do you really want 2 to 4 Medivacs to pick apart your entire game plan? Let's not pretend like you're gonna split your units well against drops. Come on.
Your forces are under attack. Field has been depleted.
Nice of you to show them all your roaches while you have no anti-air to deal with the Viking. Besides, you know, the queens.
Evolution process successful. Mineral field exhausted. Perhaps it's time to
So, infestation pit.
consider
Infestation
gather all
pit.
available minerals from a cluster.
Unless, wait, did you already get one? No. Infestation pit. Okay, we get it. You inject. Now you're maxed out. Where's his army? Do you know how lucky you are that he doesn't... Like, literally right now, you're... What if he is right here? He's not. I was hoping he was. He's just sitting back. But you have no idea at all. Who can defend... Who is more likely to get more damage done with small amounts of units? The Roach Hydra or the Medivac Marine Marauder Liberator player? Not a... I mean, you maxed out. You got 2-2. He's set in his base. So you passed the max out test here. It wasn't bad. But before you attack, you should have an infestation bit on the way to go towards Hive. And 2, this attack path is incredibly risky. He really... I'm just annoyed he doesn't have anything besides this Widow Mine drop out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, because you should be punished in so many ways for this. There, at least you remembered. I'll give you the half credit.
Has evolved.
Okay. You know he could take a 4th on the other side, too. There's 2 sides.
Descends upon
Problem with Roach Hydra is you can't really get around very quick.
the enemy.
Alright. There you go. All the way. Over there.
Evolution complete.
Did build more shit.
You've depleted a mineral cluster. An Arodine Shakuris.
So, when both players just sit there, beside that Hellion run by, and do almost nothing for the entire game, the player who builds more shit wins. There you go. StarCraft in a nutshell. I mean, fine. It was like a B. Though, not a necessarily great example, but on the bright side, with almost no pressure, you didn't fuck up. So that's good. At least you didn't fuck up significantly. We now have HonorableMacroTerran, who goes by the name of Average TY Enjoyer, who is a Diamond Terran against Zerg. Going back and forth. My replay is a 2-on-1 disaster. I need advice on how to get value out of the drops or change my build. I don't know. Watch any game. Watch any TVZ. Who's doing the 2-1-1 besides... You say you're an average TY enjoyer, but you're doing a Beyond build. You literally have the TY portrait. And yes, TY hasn't played. He went to the military about a year ago or so. But you're over here doing a Beyond build. Everyone likes to pretend that at their heart they're a TY enjoyer. But let's be honest, most people play like Beyond. But they do it poorly. It's like trying to do karaoke. Or when someone who looks like me sings a rap song. It's like, maybe rethink this. I don't... So let's try, I don't know, you could copy almost every build Maru or Hero Marine does. And even when they do the 2-1-1, it's a 3-2-1-1. It's 3 command centers, 2 barracks, and then factory starport. So the 2-1-1 is reserved. I'm gonna quote again. It's a great line. But Epic, who was on Sirtomw Gaming, I remember talking with him like a few years ago about the 2-1-1. He was a top 8 grandmaster. I asked what he thought about the 2-1-1 build. He's like, the 2-1-1 is really good for putting on early pressure, for giving you opportunities to snipe queens and limit Zergling counts before you get run the fuck over because you don't have enough units. Slight paraphrasing, but the idea was there. It's essentially a placebo to make you think you're doing something while getting far behind. Oh. He just didn't have enough gas for a Reaper. Don't try to convince me this is the build. You just were late on the gas. Well, speaking of people who look like me singing rap songs. Starting the game, I decided to go Terran. I rally my SCV JK, no I don't, to the depot early. When do I build it? 3 at my, no, just 1 depot 14, right off the bat, rally your SCV and build it at the ramp, and that's all you see. Don't do any sort of weird bullshit. Build a barracks after, on 16, adding another worker. 17 refinery, 2 more SCVs you can rally to the scout at 18. But nothing past that. The barracks is finished. Build your orbital. That's all we want. No Reaper for you. Just build Marine and your fucking orbital. I don't want to see another fucking Terran who comes in here with no fucking orbital. Scan like Costco. Drop those mules. Either way, build a fucking orbital. Stop. Stop it. Never again. And also your first depot, but whatever. That too. I'm not a rapper. So, what's the takeaway there? I will say, he didn't build a Reaper. So, I don't know how much credit he gets for that. He didn't build a Reaper because his refinery was late. The orbital comes before the CC. This is just not the 2-1-1, by the way. It's going to end up being 2 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport, but it's not the 2-1-1.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade.
I just like, I want to turn it off because this is literally, how many times have you heard it referenced when I'm casting, when I'm playing, who I'm playing against? Diamond players doing this build, literally this build, not the idea of dropping with 2 Medivacs, literally a 2 base, 2 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport, and thinking that they can micro. This is the build that defines, thank you, King Mendes, defines mediocrity. It defines Diamond Terrans who will never get any better. Because they're busy trying to micro Marines instead of building better units. Might be like, well, Maru and Clem make their Marines look very good. Yes, they do. Correct. Says, your name in-game is average TY enjoyer. Far below average. Stop lying.
Add-on complete.
Even if Maru and Clem find a 3rd CC and they still get there quicker than this will be. Maru and Clem drop with 3 CCs. They drop at like 5:30. They're Marines in the base. This isn't even a fucking 2, like what the fuck is it? You just build 2 more barracks. That's not... There should not be enough minerals lying around to build more barracks. You fucked up. Like, that's not how it works. It's just wrong. It's just not right. If you have enough minerals to build extra barracks, you fucked up the build.
Research complete.
Okay. Also, where are you going? You flew past an Overlord. It's not like he didn't know when he saw the Marines. Or when he... Like, why are you taking the long route? Where the fuck are you going? I just realized this. He sent a speed Overlord through like 2 minutes ago. And he saw exactly what this was. A speed Overlord came in and saw everything over a minute ago. Like, well before. He sees exactly what it is. Why are we trying to hide it? You think he's not going to be prepared? If your entire strategy relies on, I hope he didn't notice, well then you're not an honorable macro Terran, you're a shitty, mediocre gambler who's lying to themselves. Honorable macro Terran isn't praying your opponent can't read the minimap. Well, that was a pretty quick way to lose 10 Marines. And this is why Maru and Clem always drop on the edge of the creep. Because, 1, you're very unlikely to just dive into their main and get a bunch of kills. This is literally gambling you're going to get damage done. The reason Maru and Clem drop on the edge of the creep is because that's a realistic way to contain the Zerg for your follow-up push. But if you're too fucking scared to actually do a follow-up push that doesn't involve sending Medivacs in random fucking directions, I guess the creep doesn't matter very much. What should I have changed when he saw it? You should have just done the build better. And also everything I just said in the last 30 seconds before you said that. It might have taken a while to type it out based on how fast you're executing this, though. I'll give you that.
Command center upgrade complete.
He took the same 3rd base that every Zerg takes, which is quite a revelation here. And then into the fucking main! Alright, everybody! All together now! Alright, so 1-1 is a solid infinite late. You should start the 1-1. And since I'll give you the 2-1-1, like 6 minutes is the latest. at least +1 by 6 minutes. It is 8 minutes, and right now we have 4 idle SCVs, 2 idle engineering base, and we have made next to no progress at all with the Medivacs, so. You look like a mech player, my friend. And TY, actually, one of the few players who made mech work very often against Zerg. You micro like a mech player.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
Well, what is that scan? Did you just scan to see if he had Zerglings and Banelings at that base? What the fuck was that? Like, yup, he's got Lings and Banes. What the fuck is this? Why does it fucking matter? What, you just... not 1, but 2 scans to confirm, yes, he has Zerglings and Banelings. Holy shit. Hey, this is why you don't have money, at least, because instead of building SCVs or dropping mules, you're busy scanning things that could be halfway across the map by the time the scan runs out. Like, what in the actual fuck are you hoping to accomplish with this? Is there any thought process at all, or is this just an amalgamation of all the nervous reactions that a Diamond Terran player who spends more time in Twitch chat than they do in the game would make? Like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like, yeah, he probably has some Zerglings out there. I wanted to make sure he wasn't transitioning from Ling Bane. So you scan the natural? Wow. All right. Well.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Also, what if he was? What would you do then? What would change? If he, I don't know, if he had 10 roaches. Might make tanks. Ah. Might. With what minerals? Yeah, it's horrible. This is 3 strikes. It definitely is. This is like everything wrong with your average Diamond Terran. It's beautiful. Like, if we didn't see the game in front of our eyes, you would say it's scripted, right? Because it's essentially every single part of Diamond Terrans that I forget that people like this actually exist. Usually most players have parts of it. Like, they have the doing medevac drops and banking up too many minerals. Or they have the, literally just doing medevac drops and not attacking normally. Or they have the over micro or the focus less on what they're doing than what their opponent is doing. But here we have the beauty of, I'm so worried existentially about Zerg existing that I will both never attack on the ground and also scan multiple times like it's fucking Bronze League heroes to see what he's doing. Like, fucking Peeping Tom over here.
Your forces are under attack.
Alright, so he's got Zerglings and Banelings, which are scary. Alright. And another scan. Alright. And then we leave, because Zerglings and Banelings are scary. You would never want to fight on the ground without going into medevacs. Run, 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 run! Oh, fuck! Oh, no! This is a disaster! Widow Mines. Oh my god. So Marines and Marauders have killed somewhere around 50 Zerglings and Banelings. 2 Widow Mines just killed around 50 Zerglings and Banelings. Yeah, when you think you're a Maru, but really you're a Cure. Oh, and this is why it was sent in. And the Zerg just rage quits. Holy shit. What a disaster this game was. Oh, I hated every part of it. It was beautiful. I really deserved to lose. At least you got that right. I mean, the Zerg also deserved it. He did only make Ling Bane. He had 2-2. That was a flat-out rage quit. He has 2-2 on the way. He has an infestation pit. He has 4 bases and plenty of money. But fucking Widow Mines. 2 Widow Mines won the game. Oh my god. And here you can see the results. Holy shit. Wow, shame on you, for one.
Shame.
Shame. What level of diamond is
Shame.
this? This is pretty bottom of the bit. This is advanced platinum. Okay.
New subscriber detected.
I'm gonna give it
DjMerlin
a
was
C+.
chilling for 31 months.
Why a C+? Because this is the kind of Terran who will fail their way to success. You've seen the Zergs tonight. You've seen the Zergs and how they'll react to just the idea of Medivacs or Protoss or, like... If you're confident enough that your build is good and you're executing it well, that will actually be successful against all the players who have so many demons in their own head they don't even need to worry about what you're doing. He had no units except 18 lings. Yeah, okay, shut the fuck up. Or keep talking, either way. Everybody else wins. Oh yeah, welcome back to AbsolutHenne. Our 132 out of 132 Grand Master here. He said he played one game, and now here it is. Because it's been going for fucking 5 hours now. So, plenty of time. But, with that said, time for a quick advertisement before we get right back into it. Thank you for watching. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Winter, and I'm here to say fuck Widow Mines and subscribe with Prime Gaming. Thank you for watching, and have a great night. Thank you guys for sticking around. Where's the big supply block? Where is it? Be right back. One moment. Thank you for watching. And we've got a few more. Okay, let me see. Okay. We got AbsolutHenne. We got KronkTTv. We got It's Gray. And that's it. And then we're done. Right back one more.
New subscriber detected.
Squishy Pig 414 is chillin' for 6 months.
Wake up, we're not done. Your phone's still on, and you're still not charging it. What's wrong with you? 28% is not enough. Also wrong. It's 200. None of these were right. You can see it on the screen. He supply blocked for like 15 seconds at like 154, but that's it. Unless you thought that was the one that counted. I guess that was fair. I didn't go into too much particular detail. As we pass the 5-hour mark of the Angry Coach Marathon.
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, I'm not a big fan of the high ground expand, but it is metal. It is just like gold platinum. I don't mind as long as you have just a solid.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
It's quite a bunker. I wouldn't salvage the bunker. What are you hurting for minerals? Let's keep the bunker. Wait, why are you building another bitch bunker back here? No, that first bunker was, unless it was in the way. I don't know. An armory. Why are you building an armory now? No, no, no. The entire point of not going armory mines was so that way you don't get sidetracked going towards Marine Marauder Medivac. I said don't go for armory mines. It's not worth the effort. Like, okay, mines and then armory. Now that's worse. It's worse now. Like, so he's a Zerg, in which case you should wall off your natural with these bitch-ass Terran. Wall off your natural, right there. Unless you want them to just run over and kill all your SCVs. Unless we were waiting for the armory. Oh, what a fucking perfect timing this is. Wow, the armory just finished. Right as...
Add-on.
Honestly... pretty disgusting armory. Okay, now fuck off and worry about all your other problems. Just because it's there doesn't mean you need to use it. There it is. Barracks. Okay, let's bring it up again. Well, this was the point of not building the armory, because it kind of skews this. This is supposed to be foolproof. But when you build the armory, it suddenly fucks it all. Is armory on mine secure? So, it requires detection to see the mine after it fires. Otherwise, when the mine is on cooldown, you can kill it. This doesn't really matter much against Zerg, because Zerg usually already has spore crawlers. Thus, kind of negating the value of getting an armory to cloak your mines. You are unlikely to get a second shot against anyone with a brain, so since we're in platinum, you'll probably get a couple shots. Like, he can see this mine. He has the spore, he's just not killing it, so...
Search complete. Your forces are under...
More barracks. So, at 30 workers, you build barracks 2 and 3. I mean, you could also build barracks 2 early and then forget to build more. And then at 40 workers, 4 and 5. If you need a number, you're at 45. Good job. So, we're about to figure out why you wall up. So, Yuri's... I'll give you this. And I quote. And I quote. The only thing that bunker is protecting is your disappointment when you lose this game. Crush it. commentary. Well, here we are. Good thing we got the bunker. Or any depots. So, don't let Zerglings in your base. I guess this is a strike, but it almost feels bad to say that because, like, don't let Zerglings in your... What is the fuck? What is this? This is the same as the Zerg players who are going Roach Hydra and then build Zerglings. Like, Zerglings without speed? What the fuck? They didn't burrow. They just ran in because you don't have a fucking wall. Why is this turret not a barracks? This is the Bronze League Heroes reflex of, I don't know, something happened, better get a turret. Like, and the placement is so obviously, like, it's not even pretending to defend against mutas. It's just, like, there for moral support. That's literally it.
Mineral field depleted.
Well, this is why we usually build 2 sets of walls, so if you fuck up one, at least ideally you don't fuck up the other. But here we are. Good thing this bunker is fucking paying off. Wall off your natural, you little bitch. Stop being a bitch. Literally, just put yourself out there. It's like 3 steps. You have to wall here. Otherwise, this will keep happening. You have the reaction time of, intoxicated sloth. I was trying to come up with something more clever, but that's the best I came up with. So... So, the beauty of this is, because he's a Platinum Zerg, what do you think his reaction's going to be? Did you say... I'll spoil it. He's just going to build more Zerglings and try to do the same thing. And since you are doing anything else but just sitting there building turrets, you're ahead. You're up 20 supply. This game, by the way, 23 minutes long. You, right now, could take all of your units, a click across the map, and probably win. 9 Marines, maybe not enough. Once you get 5 or 6 more Marines with 1-1. But, here come fucking 34 more Zerg. The Zerg has 20 drones. He's got 5 he built the spine crawlers. You see, that's the real value of the mines. It's mine games, alright? That's the value. I'll give you that.
Upgrade.
How many times do the Zerglings get in?
Upgrade complete.
Okay, 5 barracks. Not 3, not 4, not 2. 5 Rex with add-ons. 2 Tech Labs max, just in case it wasn't clear. Alright, and then he's gonna go Mutas, because of course he is. I'm pretty sure that's not... I never know if it's... This map and, what is the... Yeah, it's this map, and there's one other map in the pool. I never know if the third is centered. I need the indicator on the third, too. Maps need indicators on the third. I struggle. And what I hate is there's a 2v2 map that has indicators of where you put it, but they're off-center. Like, they're like half a space to the left. And that... Oh. Whoa. Does not make me happy.
Command center upgrade complete.
Could we just walk across the map? No, don't be ridiculous. We must load up into the Medivacs and attack that way, because that is the only way we fucking do things, because we're total fucking cowards.
Upgrade.
And yes, all the F words there, all the way from fuck to fuck, were necessary.
Research. Command center upgrade complete.
Lots of immature language.
Add-on complete. Mineral field depleted.
Also, as you can tell as time goes on, I'm running out of creativity and falling into a more generic routine.
Center upgrade complete. Base upgrade complete.
Yeah, we walked across the map. Were those SCVs?
Upgrade complete.
Okay.
Forces are under attack.
Okay. The service crew for the Thor? How to say you're a Bronze League hero without saying you're a Bronze League hero? Reactionary turrets. Only dropping. I need my SCV. Like, you're not in Silver League anymore. Okay? You're not one base. You're not going one base Thor. The idea is good.
Your forces are under attack.
I do like the ghosts. Even though it's not even a very good time for ghosts. But we saw earlier, your ghost control is surprise. Look at these control groups. Are those the depots on your ramp? No. There's a control group with like a barracks and a depot. Not sure what's going on there, but I like the idea. The execution is maybe not great, but the idea is good.
Add-on complete.
It was $25 last I knew. Well, you might have known because it's on the screen. Which has never been a guarantee to tell anyone anything. See, this is why we drop everyone fucking died, except the fucking Widow Mine. Goddamn Widow Mines. Everyone else died. Anyone who doesn't fly. Jesus. Oh my god.
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Okay, so there are 7 more minutes in this game. Mr. Henny, I want you to look at the supply. Did you know Widow... well, that explains not much, but is yeah. I did tell him to wall off.
Detected.
Once again, not
Many gladiolus
exactly
joined for
the
23
spirit
months.
of my...
Craigasm.
Okay. Alright. Okay, guys. It's time. It's time to guess. Sub-opportunity. Which one of these will be the first thing he does? He'll probably do multiple things, but what will be the first thing? Will he lower the depots to let the Marines out? Will he lift the racks? Will he use a Medivac? Or will he just give up and move on with his life? The first thing. Because there's like 3 or 4 steps in this process. He's walled off in 2 separate ways, which is impressive. This is like a new achievement, I gotta say. Usually somebody walls it in, and it's very clear, like, there's 1 or 2 options, but there's so many options here. He's walled off in so many ways. Oh, wow. Okay, the people say lift the racks, which doesn't actually solve the problem, but it gets you closer. Because he's walled in, I think, on the left side as well. He's walled in over here, too. There might be space for a Marine to get out. This Marine looks like it just walked out somehow. Okay. Alright, let's slow it down to minimum speed. Okay, armories. Okay. So he hasn't moved on. Until he moves his screen, I'm not counting it as moving on. Upgrades for remember. Everybody remember. Upgrades first. Okay, very good. There's an SCV stuck in there too. How did that happen? How did they, wait, is that 2 SCVs? Wait, okay. There's 1 SCV. And like 14 Marines. Okay. Oh. You went with the depots! Sorry, guys. But we're not done! Oh, does he just give and he lifts the Rex! But it was not the first step. The lowest hanging fruit. Unfortunately. Oh wait, but he's not moving the Marine. Okay, alright, he's moving the Rex entirely. Freedom! Meanwhile, all the Medivacs are dying and the army is about to get rolled by Banelings. Oh no. Oh my god, you're right. The reason the Marines popped out on that side is because they could no longer fit on the trap side. That's why. That's why it popped out. Oh my god. There was no...
Add-on complete.
I do like... I like this. Get that fucking Thor out of there. How about the other Thor and 15 Marines? Marines getting stuck in all the uncomfortable places this game. But we saved the Thor. No, Jimmy. What a save! Uh-oh. The other Thor. Forget about it.
Eponymous is chilling for 2
Everyone
months.
does.
Upgrade complete. Your forces mineral field depleted.
There the turrets.
Upgrade.
We're down to 1 medevac. Oh, the double scan. Actually a valuable set of scans, though. He's maxed out. How many barracks? You have 6 barracks in total. How many are on a hotkey? All of them. Allegedly. No! Except for 1! It's happening again! Ah! Oh no!
Oh, a follower.
Thank you. Well,
Yuki Balboa is chilling for 1 month.
oh, the snipes! The snipes! Not enough snipes. Oh, he has cloak! This guy's closer to Maru than most of the diamond Terrans we've seen today. And much further away, but in some ways closer. I gotta say, he can't see you! Which we just realized. Oh god. I think the Thor died.
Upgrade complete. Mineral add-on complete. Upgrade complete.
The ghost control is not that surprisingly, I guess, but not bad. Like the prioritization, obviously the APM isn't high, but the priorities are good at least in the fights. Like this is about as good as you're gonna get with 120 APM. That's a compliment. I hope you understand. Like
Mineral field depleted.
yeah, imagine how much better it would be if you didn't let like 70 Zerglings in your base in the first 5 minutes. Like yeah, remember that?
Your forces are under attack.
Wow. What is wrong with you? How to tell you're in the Metal Leagues? Nobody has this exchange in Diamond. At least Diamond Plus is never gonna have that. What a reaction time on the well played. With the caps as well. The quickest reaction of the game.
Now I have your
Thank
attention.
you, Tech Gifting to the people.
Techie_89 is now chosen.
Uber Pilot as well for 61 months in gifting. Honestly, for...
Oh, good. Now I have your
That is,
attention.
Platinum?
AbsolutHenne is chilling for 7 months.
It's a B+. Like, you can't let 70 Zerglings in your base. Oh my god. Like, it's a B+. There were still some glaring issues. And you still got a lot of Silver League... You got a lot of Silver League habits. But... B+? Like, those silver... At some point, you're just gonna straight up lose games. Like... If you didn't kill 20 drones and force out 5 spine crawlers, the Zerglings in your base probably would have killed you. Right, or at least put you in a terrible, horrible spot. So, that is the problem. And by force out 5 spine crawlers, what I mean is, he built 5 spine crawlers after the mines were dead. We have a silver Protoss. What is this? But that silver Protoss has won every single one of his games. So... Oh, besides this one here. I don't know if it's a fake silver, but more like someone who has never played multiplayer. And finally worked up the courage after playing way too many games against the AI. Is KronkTTv here. How close am I? He's like, no, I played 1,900 games, I'm still silver. Like,
War? No.
the Mansk announcer. Ooh, man of taste. So he has the Mansk commander. Actually, I don't think you need that one, but...
This is a field test.
Have luck, have fun. The fuck? There we are. Oh. There you go. Good job. Almost reflexively slapped down the gas before you realized, not quite. Oh no, we're scouting. This could be a disaster. Now's the time for the gas. No? Okay. I think we may have reached the end of the build order here. Now we're just filling in the blanks. So there's no pool. I have a mismount. Like, it's all coming together. All of it was slow. But the pool was even slower. Like, look at the Zerg. He's got 300 minerals. I don't think he's going for a third. I think he just forgot. He forgot to build a pool. Oh, yeah, you did go for a third hatch. Wait, no. No, he forgot to build a pool because there was a probe in his base. Right, so. Also... If he does, there's literally nowhere else he could put a pool. It's not there. Then he just doesn't have. Like, I guess very, very literally impossible, especially at these speeds, is proxying it. Which you can technically do by canceling a hatch and immediately building a pool on the spot of creep left over, which is not possible here. There's no way. That's not a real strat either. In any way. Where's my... Jimmy! I think this is what happened. This is what we're looking at.
Enemy raid on our forces. Be pragmatic.
$20 Nexus. Not... Okay. I mean, close enough. It's silver. Okay? The fact that we got all the buildings almost in the right order. Fine. Like... And in the right spot, too, pretty much. Like, the fact you're walling off the low ground and doing it pretty much correctly in silver already puts you better than 98% of Protoss players in silver. Like, even if you do it slowly, it's still... There's no way. Yeah, there are some very creative wall-offs, if you could call them that, in silver. This is not that creative, which is a good thing. And he knows Chrono Boost exists. We're just stacking up the accolades here, alright? So now we need to build a tech building. This is the hard part. Now you gotta be bold. And build anything that isn't a gateway. Or a forge. Alright, this is it. The big moment. Stalker, because the Overlord's right there. No, no. Okay, the moment's passing. The big moment. No. Okay. Alright. The big moment. No! Oh, so close. I said anything that's not a forge. Or a gateway. I said not a gateway, and then I added not a forge. Because the forge is what people build when they don't know what to build, and they know they're not supposed to build more gateways. This is, it comes from Silver Leaguers who do this. That is, it's the definition of like, I know I'm supposed to do something, but... Hmm? A Twilight. I think the forge kind of got the wheels turning. If that's what's needed, okay, fine. Like, it got the wheels like, oh yeah. Oh, and he cancels the forge. Like, okay, all right. Baby steps. Take the training wheels off. At this point, I'd say just keep the forge, but whatever. Like, the idea is that they're good. You see it. You see it. The forge was to jog your memory. Okay. Last game he went Mutalisk. I got turrets out of fear. Okay. Alright, Kronk. Few things. How is everyone a Terran, even when they're not a Terran? Okay. Well, the counter to mutas is to build Phoenixes, for one, which come out of a Stargate. It is not Stalkers. It is never Stalkers. It is never, ever, ever, ever Stalkers. Ever. Never. Ever. Cannons are okay. No, so what happened? You can see he built the forge because he didn't know what to build. And then he canceled the forge because he remembered he was supposed to build a Twilight. But when he built the Twilight, that also reminded him that last game he built Mutas. And he didn't have any defenses against the Mutas, so he built the forge so that way he could build cannons against the Mutas. Now, the Mutas don't exist. They existed last game, but he's making up for his mistakes by now building the forge. You just gotta follow the thought process.
The research is
Oh yeah, warp. Wait, did we finish? We got warp gate. You got warp gate.
now. Show me results.
You gotta rebind your controller buttons, bro. That was a misclick. I wanted to. Were you clicking it? Did you click it? I mean, I knew what it was. C and X are next to each other. Yeah. I mean, you can follow the thought process. That's the beauty of it, is how clear the thought process is. It happens, though. It happens. We've all been there. Wait, X? Oh, grid. Ah. The danger of the keys being too small on your keyboard. +1. Charge. Okay. Robo. Now we just need more gates and or a third, honestly. While there's been some hiccups, generally the right direction. Or good direction. Like, not necessarily the right direction so much as a direction at all, which is important. A lot of players, especially at this level, are lacking in a direction. No matter which one it is. I'm not sure about that pylon placement, but okay, all right. Gateways. Gateway. You know there's a hotkey to use your warp gates? Default W? You don't have to hotkey them. It's just built in. That's how OP Protoss is. They have hotkeys for their production that you don't need to bind. Which is why on grid. You can have grid hotkeys and rebind individual things. Like you could rebind. I guess that would just FYI as well. More gates. Roach Hydra. There you go. There you go. Adept Glaives, no. But, there you go. He scouted before. So instead of just thinking he's going to do something and getting in your own head, you actually scouted, saw relevant info, and now reacted to it. Obviously, there's a lot of hiccups. We're more like stumbling towards it, but right direction.
Mineral patch has been strip mined. Mineral field out. Claim enough. Our final times have finished an upgrade.
So that's what happens when you don't have enough gateways. Is you don't have enough units and he attacks. But this was a good loss. I will say this is a good loss.
I hope you aren't just sitting on them.
One, let's try to use control groups at all. For units. So that way, the observers aren't always stuck with the army. More gateways. When you get to 40 probes, actually, 2 bases, you can support 8 gateways. I would aim for 8 gates by 6 minutes. Like, started up to 8 gates. Otherwise, the Zerg surprisingly competent as well. Good at tank. Pretty sure Archons can't get out there.
They're hitting your base. Spring the trap.
Yeah, unfortunately the wall is now not helpful.
Signal the fleet. We're
No
moving
GG.
out. Now.
But we got there. I would focus on gateway production and getting your third in a timely manner. Like, more gates and a third by 6 minutes, but so that's an A-. It might even be just an A. For silver, it's an A-. Maybe an A. Like, even just like, you're already in the top grade by just walling off correctly. There are plenty of even diamond players who don't do that, so uncomfortably solid. Do we have the last one? Or are we done? We do have the highest level player of the day, I think. kimsmissile. A Masters. Wait, Masters? No. Never mind. Wait, is this fake Masters? It's gold. It's gold. It's fake. It's imitation Masters here. It's gold. Okay. I'm like, wait a second. Letterbug once again. I hope you guys have enjoyed the Angry Code. Wake up! Smash the like button. We still got one more. I know. I hope this wasted much of your day in the background on YouTube or on Twitch. Welcome back and welcome to Angry Coach Marathon. Some anger, some disappointment, some disbelief, but always emotionally distant. And that's the key to StarCraft. So let it unlock your improvement, your inspiration, and at the very least, your wallet. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe. Gold Terran. Okay. This is one of those builds that feels like a build, but actually is just terrible. Yeah.
Command center upgrade complete.
It's like a worse version of 2 base Hellion. It's when you go 1 base Hellion. And your Hellions are only like no seconds quicker because you could have done a 2 base Hellion build exactly the same way. Yeah. Yeah, so this is just worse. 1 Rax expand. Yeah.
Add-on complete.
Oh, but we're going for Widow Mines. Which... Okay. It's just not... It's just... It's... It's not good. It's just not very good. Like, you could still do all these things and get a command center quicker. There's a reason why Terran... We've been over this so many times tonight. There's a reason why Terran build orders feel so strict and why they're so important. And it's because things must be done in a certain order because of how Terran production and economy works. There isn't a lot of wiggle room on that. Not compared to, like, Zerg or even Protoss to an extent. Because you can't warp in or bank up units. You have to build them in a certain order. Wow. Just armory mines. A lot of people trying to just... Okay. And by build them in a certain order, I mean... I don't know. Fucking build anything. 550 minerals in the bank. No second orbital. Like, this isn't... It's not good. It's not terrible. It's very gold. Honestly, it's pretty decent for gold. But it's definitely a like, well, for gold, okay. But drops off heavily. Because
Complete. Add-on complete.
we're kind of just filling in. And now here's the problem is they can just get a spore. Of course there's a lair down. He's gonna go moot us. This is gonna end on just a boring... Oh, there's a Liberator in production for some reason here. You know you don't need a tech lab for a Liberator. He may not know that. It does kind of feel like you should need a tech lab for Liberators, right? But you don't. He's building multiple Liberators off a tech lab. Which is not... Yeah, that's not how it works.
Add-on. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Upgrade. Add-on complete.
Yeah, you see, the further down we go. So this is the sweet spot here. In between, like, gold and... In the gold and platinum leagues is when we know how to expand, but we don't want to commit to defending it. Before that point, all we build is defense, and after that point, we actually realize why you defend it. So here we have that perfect, as we saw from Henny as well, just a few hundred MMR above. I'll expand, but I'm not going to build a wall down there because that feels like a lot of commitment. Despite the fact that if you lose your natural, you very likely will lose the game. But instead, I will literally build all of my depots well kept in the corner.
Research.
Because that way they feel safe.
Mineral field.
So you would like a reactor. Put it. Not all of these units could be built off a reactor at Starport. There's a reason. Okay, where is it? Reactor, Starport. At this point, I'm getting lazy after 5.5 hours, but almost every part of every one of the Terran games today, I could be like... There have been some hiccups with that, with people taking it a little too literally, but... And that's how Terran works. If you want to be creative, go play Protoss. And this is, So, who will build units first? This is not a turn-based strategy game.
Your forces are under attack. forces.
How did they get in here? Oh, wait.
Mineral field depleted.
If there was a wall, then the Zerglings don't get in. And then it's not a fucking disaster. That's an unforced error. A forced error is like, he built Zerglings and I didn't raise the depots in time. Okay, okay. But like, it's an active and conscious choice not to build a wall at the natural. The Zerg aren't sending their best, okay? They're sending Zerglings, and then they're sending more Zerglings, and like, you probably should have figured this out. Of course they have Zerglings. That's really all they can do is send Zerglings. Sometimes Banelings, mostly Zerglings. So, Zerglings. Yeah, rarely do you get such a clear example of the difference between walling off the natural and not. I mean, I guess not that rarely, but there go like 20 more workers and a dozen Marines for no reason besides cowardice. Usually there's a better reason.
Your forces are under attack.
What a boring game to go out on. That's not. Is that a shame? No, it was okay. That was a mediocre gold game. I think one of the few games we can say in these mid leagues, that was like a C+ in gold. That's like I could see you getting a platinum, because you probably win half those games that go that way. But like a half-assed, mediocre, delayed one-base Widowmine drop into Tech Lab Deliberators, into not walling off your natural, into having pretty decent macro with your Marines and upgrades, and then losing because you refuse to wall off with supply depots. Like, that's about as Meta League as you get. So, on that unexciting note, on that demonstration of mediocrity, on that microcosm of macro problems, I end this first Angry Coach Marathon of 2022 after 5 hours and 40-ish minutes. And I hope I made your day a little bit better, and hopefully these players as well, though I'm not very optimistic. Thank you for watching. Good luck. Have fun. Stay tuned.